Right here?
Okay, hello and welcome back. I failed to introduce you to the previous guest who we were talking to on Zoom from Los Angeles. That was Rowan Van Sleeve. He's the president of Hope the Mission, a large mission in Los Angeles, and they serve more than 1,000 people out of the 75,000 homeless people in the Los Angeles basin. So they are a very significant ministry serving a lot of folks, and so it's an interesting connection with a ministry that's much smaller than that, but in a much smaller community. So welcome in. We got a couple of guests here that are dear to me. Next to me is Matt, and Matt is our mobile ministries manager, and so he'll tell you about what mobile ministries is. But I also want to introduce our friend Barry, who is a great blessing. We've been talking about you already today. I had a friend named Jim show up. You know Jim?
Yeah.
So my friend Jim showed up, and Jim Mortensen showed up, and so we talked a little bit about your art and about your clothing, and just touched on that a little bit. But we definitely want to hear your story, and I think I'll start. It's okay, Barry. I'm going to start with you. And we would love to hear from you just a little bit about your story, how you got connected with Redwood Gospel Mission. Many people have read it, but now they get to see you and hear you, and so tell us a little bit about your story.
Well, for maybe 40 years out of the last 50, I lived communally.
Okay.
We live by acts in the Bible.
Okay.
Hold all things common. We sold everything, put everything in a common pot, and distributed to each according to need. But slowly but surely, the people were moving away, or they were going in nursing homes, or they were passing away, and I ended up being alone. The last one in a $3,000 apartment or house, and with a $1,059 income.
It's hard to live communally when you're alone.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I was really tired of living. I didn't know anybody. Everybody was gone that I had lived with for so many years, and so I was contemplating ending it. I didn't want to make a mess for anybody, like diving under a truck or something, or a train, so I decided on hanging myself. And a friend of mine who was in the military also, and he was also a medic like I was in the Navy, he called the hotline, and they got in touch with me, and they came and brought me a phone and said, "We want to keep in touch with you," and they said, "Before you do anything drastic," and this was on February 1st, 2022, and it was 2/2/22 I had planned on doing it. One day.
Wow.
And they said, look, before you do anything, go down to the Redwood Gospel Mission and talk to a girl named Tina. So I came here and sat outside the mission here on a chair and talked to her. Well, on a 30-day plan, she pulled me in and kept me 90 days. And after 6 weeks here, I was sitting in the computer room alone, and I heard this like whisper go by my ear that said, "I'm not done with you yet." When I heard that, I thought I was cracking up. And so in my mind, I was saying, I'm in denial. And then a few minutes later, this big, heavy voice said, "Don't deny me." Who? I was knocked over. I went to the pastor, Andrew, and I said, "Would you baptize me?" And he said, "Would I?" He said, "My church started with a baptism. We have baptized every member of my church in the congregation. We've all been praying to close the church with a baptism, and here you are." So that was really great, that I was fulfilling a purpose for them. And so then while I was here at the mission, I was introduced to Nation's Finest. Nation's Finest, I told them my story about the military, which I had never told anyone. I'd never talked to anybody about it because I loved the service. I was, at 12 years old, I was at Admiral Farragut Naval Academy as a child. I loved the idea of the Navy, but they broke my heart, so I never told anybody. So this girl was a military Navy woman. She got it out of me, and I talked to her, and she said, they lied to you. You have veterans' rights. So she introduced me to Mikkel Pentecost, a VA lawyer. I talked to her. She said, yes, you have veterans' rights. Let's get your file and see what it says. In my file was 7 lies. One of them was that I was giving downer pills to people in exchange for speed to stay awake. That was the biggest mistake ever, because I am deathly allergic to speed. One hit, I'd go into anaphylactic shock and be dead in 20 minutes if they didn't get me to a hospital. But that was in my file. They were afraid I was going to catch them stealing, because I had already showed them where the linen company was stealing from the government and saved them a lot of money. So anyway, I went and I won the case for 70% disability. So my income went from $1,059 to $2,727 a month. Then I went to, that took a year. Then the next 7 months I went to another psychiatrist, and I got the last 30% disability. So my income now went to $4,900 something a month. And I've been able to give a lot to the mission for saving my life. I mean, I've been blessed with abundance beyond anything I could imagine. And every time I turn around, I'm getting more. No matter how much I give away, no matter how much I serve, it piled on me more and more. I mean, the Lord is so bountiful when you're serving Him and keeping His commandments. It's amazing.
Glory to God. So let me ask you a question. Of all of the blessings, where do relationships fit in all of those blessings? How important are relationships to you?
I have through my life, because I've been blessed with 187 IQ, been able to master every occupation. So now I realized, after I was saved, that there's not a man, woman, or child on the planet that I can't serve in some way.
Okay, awesome. Praise God. And so we love you. We are so grateful for you and for your partnership and engagement with Redwood Gospel Mission. So when you came to Redwood Gospel Mission, when you met Tina, you came into a part of our ministry called Entertaining Angels, which is our nomadic shelter ministry. And with that segue,
I came to be the nomadic program.
Yeah.
I met the New Life Church as one of the churches.
Yeah.
And I loved it the most of all the churches I went to. And then when they told me I was going to get an apartment in Petaluma and I could be going to that church, I've been going every day for 3 years.
Okay, awesome. Well, let me introduce Matt, who heads up now our nomadic shelter and our mobile ministries.
Correct, yeah.
So tell us about the nomadic shelter. Tell us about mobile ministries.
So nomadic shelter, Entertaining Angels, is this wonderful opportunity for the churches to participate in the Lord's work and be able to open their churches up to our guests and just present a wonderful time of dinner, gospel presentation, and just loving on these people that come in. Kind of, they don't know what to expect, and you can imagine the smiles and the tears that come from just the outreach from the churches in this community that we get to take place in their serving the Lord in such a mighty way. And it changes lives, it builds relationships for the guests. They find churches that they want to attend. It's a wonderful way of the community coming together to serve a need. And the opportunity is during the colder months, it really has formed out of this place where the mission was finding itself in needing more beds, and where we found that this worked perfectly to fulfill that need that the guests were having, and just put people in a safe, warm environment during the colder months. And so from October through April, we usually do this nomadic shelter, and entertaining angels is what we call it, from Hebrews 13. Do not neglect to serve the needy, because you could be entertaining angels. And it's a wonderful verse that reminds us to be hospitable towards our brothers and sisters in the world, and just that outreach of love. We get
Awesome. So we earlier in the day we had an interview with a couple of people, Kiani and John. And John is one of your team members, and John heads up another aspect of your ministry, which is
the mobile showers. We get to go around serving. Well, I'll say this: we're not a shower service as much as we are a gospel service that happens to have showers, so that when people arrive, they get to have this. We have volunteers that come and just love on these guests that come needing showers, needing Jesus in their life, and every day we get to have that participation with the churches that can come and volunteer and help us to just do that outpouring of love during the day. So we get to present the gospel to so many people in a real, just one-on-one relationship building way, and just people come there. Sometimes it's very obvious the change when they walk into the shower broken spirited, just empty, and come out just with dignity and presenting themselves in such a manner that you can't you can't believe it. It's a wonderful way that we're able to be a part of that as we come alongside and just present them that option to transform their life, and we have the program that we recommend as needed and as we see fit to the different people that come.
Well, 30 minutes ago, I had a guy sitting right here. His name is Chris, and he first connected with Redwood Gospel Mission through the shower ministry, and one of the volunteers basically said, I'm not letting you leave until you get on the van to go back to the mission to be part of the New Life program. And he got on that van, came back to the mission, gave his life to Christ, and now is serving in Ukiah and ministering to people who are experiencing what he experienced when he was homeless.
Such a great story. Chris has a great story. Yeah, it's amazing what God can do.
Amen. Amen. What God can do. What God can do in your life, what God can do in the lives of the people we serve.
Give me so much.
Okay. Well,
I just want to make a donation.
Okay, thank you, Barry. What a blessing you are.
I watched you get baptized.
You did, yes, you did.
And he baptized me.
Oh, glory to God.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
A whole new life started from that moment on.
Yeah, amen. We're thrilled and excited to have you here. Matt, with the thousands of people that are watching, are there any opportunities in our mobile ministries right now?
Absolutely. You can volunteer or even employment opportunities. We have the Entertaining Angels is hiring for overnight staff and staff. It's usually in the evening time. We take the guests to the churches, have dinner, and then just have this great time. So you go to rgm.org, and there are employment opportunities, and you can find us there. But there's also plenty of volunteer spots. And
Over the last 3 days, we had some training and engagement with churches that are participating in the ministry.
that's right.
Did you hear from them anything that would be encouraging for people who are watching?
Oh, they are very excited to do another season of it. The warmness and the love that they experience, that it blesses them just as much as the guest, and that's so obvious from my point of view. I can see it in their lives, and it transforms people.
Yeah.
It really does.
The church that I go to in Petaluma, New Life,
Uh-huh.
I was being served by them as a nomadic shelter person from
Yeah.
the mission.
Yeah.
I now go there in the evenings and I serve the people coming from the mission.
Awesome. Glory to God. Dan DeMars was there a couple nights ago and just was enthusiastic about the importance of that Entertaining Angels ministry because they're introduced to people like you, because they get to entertain angels unaware.
That's right.
So glory to God. Thank you for being one of those angels. Thank you for your role, and we'll trust that people watching this will be encouraged and they will want to participate in that
I tell
ministry.
people, even though I was about to end my life, I died anyway, and I was born again. And this person you're looking at is not that person. Even
Amen.
though I'm talking about myself.
Yeah, that's what that's what the apostle said, right? When he said, I've been crucified with Christ, nevertheless I live, yet not
Yeah.
I, but Christ lives in me. And the life I
Yeah.
now live, I live by faith in the Son of God who loved me and gave himself for me.
It's the absolute gospel. It's the
Amen.
truth.
That is the gospel, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, praise God. Well, thank you for being here.
Bless you.
Thank you for being here. God bless you both. And pray for me while I,
Next.
while I go through the night and experience. Who knows what's going to happen? So, okay,
All good.
okay. Thank you. Appreciate you guys being here. Peace. God bless you. You know what? It's this. After.
Switch sides for a bit?
I may want to do that,
Yeah.
but then we have to. Yeah, well, there's a no. We have a lot. There's a lot of work to do.
How many more Zooms you're doing? Oh, you are. You're doing 2 more tonight.
The pillow isn't so much. It's just this. I got to make sure to turn well. I do need. Oh, hello. Hello there. So we're back briefly, and so I want to introduce to you our national president. Redwood Gospel Mission is part of an association of gospel missions, and there are 320 of us who share ideas together and pray together and learn together. And so Tom DeVries, who is our national president, is going to be doing some interviews to help you understand on the national perspective all that's going on with our ministries. So why don't you take it away with national video.
Conversation as part of Conversations on a Bench as we journey through 24 hours of awareness raising around issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery. And it's my privilege to be able to talk with my good friend Walter Kim, who's the president of the National Association of Evangelicals, and an important group in the life of faith and the journey that we have as Christ followers in the United States. And Walter, just really appreciate your leadership and what you bring to the conversation of how Christians engage in the public square and in conversations both locally and at a federal level with regard to government and how we especially are able to live out our faith. Thanks for being with us.
Tom, thanks for the invitation. I love what you're doing. I love the chance to collaborate and specifically the idea of conversations on a bench. I think it's fantastic.
Cool. So when we think about the National Association of Evangelicals, or we think about evangelicals in general, I think it's an oft misunderstood group, and we think of it sometimes as a voting bloc, or we could think about it as people of faith who have a very deep faith and desire to follow Christ in what they do. I mean, as you think about evangelicals today, what would you hope their influence would be in our country?
Yeah, Tom, thanks for the question. Certainly is a contended term and has a contended place in our society at this particular moment, highly politicized. But I want to get back to what it means to be an evangelical. I mean, the term evangelical is based on the Greek word euangelion, the good news. So to be an evangelical, it is to be a good news person.
Mm-hmm.
And over the course of history, the last few centuries, the term evangelical would be used in church history to describe moments in which God's Spirit seemed to be especially at work. Whether it was during the Reformation and early reformers were called evangelicals, or during the 17 and 1800s where people of the first and second Great Awakening were called evangelicals, or even in the post-World War II moment in the 1950s, the term evangelical came back again in order to describe this phenomenon of this moment of recovery and renewal of the good news of Jesus that is both in proclamation, but also in demonstration. And I think holding those two things together for the fullness of what it means to be gospel people, I think is essential. And I think we can unpack this in our conversation. And in many ways, a Citygate represents this marriage of the good news, both in word and in deed, in proclamation and in demonstration. And this really would be my hope, that there would be a renewal of God's Spirit among his people, that we would show forth this good news of Jesus in word and deed and have a very compelling and transformational witness.
Yeah, absolutely, Walter. I think there's a piece of gospel that really lives itself out in compassion for neighbor. And I think we look in James sometimes and we talk about faith without works or faith without deeds. And we understand gospel as sharing the good news. That how will they hear without a preacher? And yet then the living out of our faith as well. How might you kind of bring some definition to the proclamation piece of the gospel, and then what that looks like as demonstration of the gospel?
Yeah, I mean, clearly, at the heart of this is Jesus, right? Jesus, as he introduced himself in Luke chapter 4, opened up the scroll of Isaiah and read it out and said, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me to proclaim good news to the poor. And upon me, this recognition that Jesus was the fulfillment of all the Old Testament storyline. He was prophet, priest, and king. He was God's son, the revelation, achieving the things for the people of God that the people of God failed to do, but in God's great wisdom and plan brought Jesus, the suffering servant, the Lamb of God, the Alpha and Omega. You name it, the forgiveness of our sins. But just to leave it at the forgiveness of our personal sins is like going to this beautiful mansion, and the entryway, we get into the foyer and we stop there. It's like, okay, this is good. What forgiveness of sins gets us into the mansion, into the kingdom of God. But we don't want to stop there. We want to explore the richness of the kingdom of God. That's why throughout the scriptures, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, that proclamation of salvation and deliverance in Christ or in Yahweh in the Old Testament was coupled with this demonstration. So the people of God freed from slavery in Egypt, the great deliverance of the people of God, that became the basis of a certain kind of logic of demonstration. God wanted his people to know, I, your Savior, have delivered you from bondage. So you too, because you were delivered, remember that you are slaves. You too need to care for those who are the widow, the orphan, the stranger among you, the poor. And in the New Testament, Jesus comes along and he has that same logic all along. Yes, it is the proclamation of our forgiveness of sins, but it is the demonstration of that toward the poor, toward the prisoner, toward the blind, toward those who are out of favor to discover the Lord's favor. I love the fact that the Apostle Paul in Galatians chapter 2, when his apostolic mission of proclamation to the Gentiles was being brought into question, he goes back to Jerusalem and he recounts how he got the approval from the elders in Jerusalem, the kind of head honcho apostles, and they admonish him not only to proclaim salvation to the Gentiles, but to remember the poor.
Mhm. Yes.
And Paul says, this very thing I have been eager to do. So there's always been this marriage between the proclamation of salvation in Christ and the demonstration of what that salvation means, particularly for the vulnerable.
Yeah. And so we certainly see what faith looks like as a theological concept or construct and what it means then ultimately and bringing us into relationship with God through Jesus Christ. But then there's this living out of that faith. I think too of Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew 5, when he talked about being salt and light, that there's some kind of tangible result that comes from being people of faith. How do you see that living itself out in our world today, Walter?
Yeah, this was the powerful witness uh, of the early church. Their transformed lives in the kind of cacophony of paganism with all these religions being proclaimed, and then on top of it all, the imperial cult of Caesar. It was the lives of Christians that made a difference. How they cared for those on the margin of society was completely countercultural to the Roman vision of power. It was absolutely transformational in urban settings where this is the time before sanitation. This was the time before even chimneys were invented. And so people cooking in their homes, I mean, it actually was a pretty brutish existence.
Yeah.
And yet Christians came with mercy. And that mercy, it's like this virtuous cycle of the kingdom. Personal transformation of Christians led to the demonstration of the faith. That demonstration of faith made not just plausible that Jesus was the Savior, but it made it compelling. And so mercy ended up being a witness to the mission of proclamation. And it's just kind of this virtuous cycle. And I actually think that what happens at City Gate in our society, and maybe even more so, that we're coming to a post-Christian society with a pre-Christian opportunity. The same powerful witness in the pre-Christian pagan days that the early church had in its proclamation of Jesus, Lamb of God, Savior of the world, and the demonstration of what that looks like in the transformed lives of that community led to this powerful witness. And in our society, the work in shelters, what would drive these people to care for those in need? For people who might not seem to have any political or material benefit, wouldn't advance our cause. What would drive people to such expressions of compassion, grace, and mercy, goodwill? What would drive people to spend their time, not only professionally, but the myriads of volunteers in the various shelters of Citygate? This is attention grabbing. And we may be at a time where the claims of Jesus are being contested, where people are like, I don't want to hear about my need to be forgiven. But the demonstration of Jesus is undeniably powerful. What would get these groups of people to spend their lives in this way, caring for those without homes, providing shelter, providing food, providing the wraparound services of friendship to those who are friendless? Okay, there's something there that's worth pursuing. So I think of what you are doing in your networks as making not just plausible the claims of Jesus, but making absolutely compelling the claims of Jesus.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Walter, very much, and I know all of our leaders around the country as well. I think of as you bring that historical perspective into it, and even our roots in the last century, where a lot of the famous evangelists, people like Dwight L. Moody and Billy Sunday, where they would have these revival crusades, they would come in, and the last crusade. They would challenge the people there to put their faith into action by starting a rescue mission in their community or a shelter in their community to be able to bring help and healing and love in the name of Jesus. And those evangelistic crusades, which were very much focused on proclamation, would end with ultimately this demonstration or challenge for demonstrating the love of Christ. And many of our missions, their stories are rooted to those revivals where they were actually started out of a holistic gospel vision, ultimately that came from those evangelists that we would often think would be only proclamation, very much were challenging toward a demonstration of the gospel as well.
Yeah, what a compelling thing. And that it is so like the Spirit of God to do that, to
Yes.
marry those things together.
Yeah, yeah. So as we look at the challenges in our world, and certainly we see these things around us and around injustice and poverty. In the last 2 years, I mean, 2 years ago there was a 12% rise in homelessness, and this past year was an 18% increase in those experiencing homelessness. If you were to bring more of a prophetic word to how Christians should be challenged to engage in issues of injustice and poverty, polarization, racism, homelessness, addiction recovery. What would that word of challenge be?
I would say there are three things.
Yeah.
One, don't let ideology prevent you from getting involved.
Mhm.
So I think in our ideologically contentious debating on is this systemic, is what is how should the government be involved or not involved, or unfortunate debates can freeze us and involvement. So don't let ideology prevent just step in. You're not going to have understanding of all the issues. Just step in. Is need to be personal.
Mm.
We need to make this not a political issue, but a personal issue. Get to know someone's story. Now, I know that those who are in city gates, you are making this personal. You are living in proximity and living life with people, and you know their stories. They have names, they have a history, they have heartbreak, they have hope. Uh, but invite others into that. Don't don't worry if the statistics won't land. Don't worry if the angle and strategic vision won't land. Just invite fellow Christians into the experience of humanizing those who are living without homes, shelter, those who need rescuing. And lastly, remember that you're in it for the long game.
Mm.
Do not despair. Your labor is not in vain.
Mm.
And I think in this moment, we need all those three.
Mm.
Don't let ideology prevent you from your involvement. Don't let the political prevent you from being personal. Get to know the stories and invite others into that personal proximity. And lastly, do not give up.
Mm. Appreciate that, Walter. I think that often we can let ideology get in the way of a willingness to jump in and actually get involved. And oftentimes too, that it's the perseverance piece of continuing to just give of ourselves and be able to live out faith not in the short term, but over a long-term commitment as we recognize that faith is not just a temporal concept, but it really is an eternal concept, and that we continue to live that out day by day, moment by moment, in the many situations that we are. As you kind of take those things a little bit, maybe as we kind of wrap up, what word of encouragement would you give to maybe our leaders that are actually engaged on the front lines of ministry, or maybe some of those that are kind of tuning into these live streams and maybe haven't had the exposure, and they've kind of looked at issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery, and they would maybe be more described as being on the sidelines, and they need to kind of jump in and get in the game in some way. What kind of encouragement could you offer those two different groups?
Yeah. To the first group, picking up on this from 1 Corinthians 15:58, your labor is not in vain.
Yeah.
Be immovable, be steadfast, knowing that your labor in the Lord is not in vain. Whether in this lifetime or in the lifetime to come, you will be richly rewarded, and not in a crass materialistic way, but the rewards of knowing that you can hear your Savior say, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Secondly, to those who are on the sidelines, if you ever want to be inspired to actually discover how transformational Jesus can be, if you want to have something more than a suburban Jesus or a Jesus that has been generationally taught to you, you want to see a renewal in your own life, yes, pray. Yes, read the scriptures, get prayer. But I would say one of the most powerful ways that you could be renewed in your faith is to jump into the work of the Spirit of renewal. And that will take place in being a volunteer in some of these places where you will absolutely have all the evidence you need that Jesus can change lives, and you get to be a part of it. And I would have to say, having seen the stories of changed lives, it is a compelling witness. And let me just conclude with this then. I was at an event at an Ivy League school about the place of faith institutions. So this is a secular school, and I was invited to be a faith representative of what faith organizations actually do in the space of caring for the most vulnerable. And there was a moment in which the conversation became quite hostile to the place of evangelicals in society. And then another panelist stopped this. This is a person who is a social scientist, not a Christian, a social scientist, who said, wait a second, before we criticize the evangelicals, I want to let you know that the data is leading me to conclude that evangelicals, at least evangelicals that he's studying, they are some of the most influential forces for good in society. They are in the front lines of caring for those who have the deepest needs. They create spaces of hospitality and welcome. I mean, he's like proclaiming the gospel, right?
That's great. Yeah.
And if we as a country are ever going to get out of the mess that we're in, we're going to need the evangelicals. I think if a social scientist, non-Christian researcher can conclude that whatever the gospel is, whatever those good news people are, we actually need them in our moment.
That's just a great reinforcement and affirmation, I think, of what we're trying to do as we try to live out our faith. And just to say thanks, Walter, for this conversation and your willingness to provide leadership for this movement that really says, what, as Christ followers, as people with the good news, how do we make that good in the lives of the people around us? And I'm just grateful to be able to be on this journey together, to be partners in the gospel, as Paul talks about in Philippians, knowing that, yes, our labor is not in vain, that it does make a difference in the lives of people. And at Citygate Network, we have thousands of stories of life transformation that come through the gospel, ultimately to bring health help and hope and healing as people get closer in their own faith journey and in their relationship with Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Tom, for the gift of friendship and friendship in Christ and friendship on this mission.
Great blessings. We appreciate it, and we'll continue to have these conversations. And I know this brings a lot of value as we raise awareness about people experiencing homelessness in the United States and those that are trying to overcome and experience freedom that we know comes through Jesus Christ. Thanks, Walter. Great to be able to continue with conversations on a bench and to have this conversation now with my good friend Gabe Salguro. And Gabe is the president of the National Latino Evangelical Coalition and the pastor of The Gathering with his wife Jeanette. And Gabe's been a good friend, I think, for almost 2 decades, Gabe. And it really is good to be able to journey together and to partner in ministry together. We had you at our annual conference this year as a speaker, and it was great as far as the impact that you had on our people, and they really appreciated it. So thanks for that, and thanks for taking time out to be part of this conversation as well.
Well, a big warm hug from sunny Orlando, Florida. A
Yeah.
warm bench in Orlando, Florida, and always so honored to be a part of all the good work you all did and do. And it was great to be with all of you in Arizona to talk about the prodigal son and the forgiving father. So I'm part of the family if you'll have me.
Absolutely, and love that. And one of the stories you shared when you were with us that I thought might be good to maybe share as we kind of have this conversation and to get people to know you a little bit and even your background, that you're aware of what addiction looks like and homelessness looks like and how it's actually impacted you personally through your dad's story, and being able to even share kind of the hope of transformation that came out of that. Tell us a little bit about how this has impacted you personally, Gabe.
Look, like many people, I came up the rough side of the mountain. Um, we were economically challenged. That might be a long form of saying we were very poor. And my father, as a teenager and a young adult, was struggled with substance abuse. He was addicted to heroin.
Mm.
And as you know, oftentimes substance abuse leads you to homelessness and a whole litany of other challenges that come from that. And so, my dad lived under a bridge in Puerto Rico and then later also in New York. And that reality he came from a dad who was addicted to alcohol. And my maternal grandfather suffered with alcoholism. And so those realities led them to a very challenging life. And so a lot of people don't make those ties that living with substance abuse often leads people to homelessness, to joblessness, to a whole other group of social challenges. And so my dad has an 8th grade education.
Mm.
My dad has an 8th grade education. He was formerly incarcerated, and he belonged to. I like to call him. He was a nocturnal pharmacist. That means he used to deal drugs, and he was part of a gang. But Christ found him. And so I don't just talk about second chances and about redemption and how people could turn their lives around. He had a radical conversion experience when Christ found him. He went to a program called Teen Challenge, graduated from there. There he went to Bible school, learned, and later he became a pastor. And so, but those challenges of my dad's early substance abuse into his young adulthood presented economic challenges for my family. We lived off the social safety net. I know what WIC and SNAP mean, not just theoretically. I was a beneficiary of that. And so I'm fortunate, I'm blessed that the community intervened and saw hope where people said, oh, there's no chance here. And my dad became a pastor, put me and my 2 brothers and sister through college, is now running a prison reentry program. He's running a drug rehab program. So he himself is paying back the opportunities he received. And so I've seen God's grace, and I've seen what ministry and intervention can do to change not just one man's life, but the trajectory of a whole family.
Yeah, yeah, that's powerful, Gabe, and to recognize that God is a God of transformation. And many of the conversations on the more than 70 benches around the country today are those stories of transformation, and they do offer hope, and they do show us the power of healing and the ability to turn our life around as we choose to follow Christ. So really appreciate that, Gabe. Thanks. Uh,
Look, my whole life is paying it forward because
hmm.
somebody took a chance, a gospel chance on my father.
Yeah.
It changed his life, my mother's life, my two older brothers' life, my younger sister's life, and all the lives we've touched. My brothers are school teachers, my sister's a dean at a college, and so that has ripple effects. You touch one life, you don't know how many people. If you invest, if you take a risk of faith, if you say, hey, there's an opportunity to change a life, you don't know the ripple effects over decades that you can have on people.
Yeah, yeah, so true. And, we kind of look at when we see the situation in the United States today, often it isn't as much about people as it is around policies, and especially with regard to how we respond to drugs and addiction or to homelessness. And how would you kind of see Christ followers really needing to lean into caring and compassion, really over rhetoric, over policies? What does that really look like as you begin to think about the Bible coming alive in the lives of Christ followers?
The heart of God is people.
Hmm. Yeah.
God cares about people. Christ died for people. Now, of course, policies impact people. And so when people say to me, hey, Gabe, when you approach policies, how do you approach it? I say, well, I put people first because God put people first.
Hmm.
You know, I'm a pastor. And, scripture drives my engagement in every sphere of life, policy, family, education. And, John 3:16 is instructive and normative. For God so loved the world. And if you have love for people, you advocate for policies that help people, that lift people up, that heals people. Because at the end of the day, God is interested in the flourishing of people.
Yeah.
God told the prophet Jeremiah, seek the welfare of the city wherever I plant you, because in its welfare is your health, is your well-being. And so God told Jonah, hey, consider Nineveh that great city. It's a fascinating phrase from Jonah. He says, I have a lot of people there and cattle too. God was even interested in the cattle, which is economy, right? Which is also the economy of an agricultural society. And so
Yeah.
and he says to them, shall I not love that great city?
Hmm.
But that's true whether it's cities, rural, urban, suburban. God loves people. And there are policies that help people flourish, and there are policies that create obstacles to flourishing. If we are Jesus people and gospel centered people, we look for policies that help people flourish.
Yes. Yeah. I love that, and so true. And uh, that's being challenged certainly in different ways. And you see that, I think, in your role at the National Latino Evangelical Coalition, where firsthand uh, there are people that are being marginalized. Our rescue missions are seeing numbers of people that are being dumped on our doorstep, ultimately as they're migrating from Latin America. And how does the church respond in having open doors for all people? How does that happen, Gabe?
Look, I think that we learn from scripture and the heart of Jesus.
Hmm.
Jesus gives us great teaching in Matthew 25.
Hmm.
And what people may remember from Matthew 25, it's that it's not a text to an individual.
Hmm.
It's a text to nations.
Yeah.
It says that when the Son of Man comes and all his angels with him to judge the nations, in Greek, the ethnes, all the cultures, all the ethnicities, everybody, black, white, Asian, Latino, so forth. He says, he's going to say one thing to people. For I was hungry
Hmm.
and you fed me, naked and you covered me, thirsty and you gave me to drink, in prison and you visited me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. And so I'm driven, gospel centered people And Jesus followers should be driven not by partisanship, not by polarization, but by the teachings of Jesus. The book of Hebrews reminds us in the 13th chapter, it says, remember hospitality,
Uh, yeah.
because many of you have entertained angels unaware. The Greek word for hospitality, xenophilia, love of the stranger or love of the immigrant. And so we can, good, well meaning people can disagree on policy references. But what we can't disagree on is what Jesus taught us, to love our neighbor as ourselves, to love the widow, the orphan, the stranger. And Proverbs says to speak up and speak for the poor. We may do this in different ways, but we have to be broken with the things that break God's heart, and that's people, whether they're from Latin America or Asia or Africa or citizens. And so that Matthew 25 kind of becomes the normative text for how I deal with people on the margins.
Yeah, I love that, and that's certainly then the call or the mandate or the challenge that Jesus gives to us, and then it becomes a matter of how do we see in the world around us places where we can engage, where we can step in, where we don't step away or necessarily step back in some way. What are some of the ways that you're seeing that welcome and hospitality of the stranger living itself out?
Impressed by the generosity of the people of God.
Hmm.
You might remember that Paul talks about the church in Macedonia. He has that Macedonian vision of a man saying, come to Macedonia and help me. But later on in Paul's missionary journeys, he says, I am astounded by your generosity.
Hmm.
I'm astounded by how generous people can be. And so I see that in ESL programs in churches, English as second language programs. I see that in citizenship classes that many churches and groups are doing. I see that in soup kitchens. When people are given food or in food pantries, we don't ask them where they were born. You know, we don't have a litmus test to give people the body and the blood of Christ. It's broken for you. This is my body broken for you. This is my blood shed for you. And so I see it in soup kitchens. I see it in food pantries. I see it in English as second language courses. I see it in shelters. I see it in foster care programs on how many U.S. citizen families are adopting immigrant children or refugee children. I see it in programs of refugee replacement. You know, there's Office of Refugee where we're receiving people from Cambodia and people who are fleeing religious and political persecution. And so I see the hands and feet of Christ. Listen, I have people in my church who come from shelters.
Yeah.
And their first step of stability was that shelter. It helped them have an address. It helped them get a job. And so I see Christ in the sheltering of people, right? Part of God is that he's a shelter. Like literally one of the metaphors for God is, I am a shelter.
Yeah.
And so I see it in sheltering. And so I see it in so many ways, but I also see it in advocacy. In people who have challenges to access to power and access to food and food deserts. And so Aslan is on the move. Aslan will always be, but the challenges persist. We just have to be resilient in doing good.
And being willing to have the courage and confidence to be able to and do that. And certainly a lot of the image of God and bringing a sense of respect to all people, which therefore then all of us to embrace and open our doors to be able to, as you talked about that. And how do you see or encourage people being able to see people as mating? Therefore, it impacts how we interact together.
Imago Dei,
Yeah.
it's undeniable. Look at people, our church has over 15 nationalities. And we have nations and we Nicaraguans and Puerto Ricans, and we have people with temporary, and we have people who were born and raised in the United States. You ask them, what do you care about? I want my kids to have a better. I love my wife. I love my children. All these things, common shared destiny of love. You look in the mirror, you say, hey man, I love his or her kids. Hey, I want a better future for my. But more importantly than that, and cruciformity is not a suggestion, it's an invitation. And cruciformity is sacrificial. See the image and likeness of God in other people, that extra mile. Because he says, well, here's a person God sent his son into the world. Look, I used to go to church. I was poor. I was very poor. Poverty does not mean you don't have dignity.
Wow.
Your economic status is not your spiritual, moral status. And so I wore hand-me-downs for my brothers. It was rough. I don't know if it's still called this, Tom, free lunch. It was
Yeah.
called free lunch. They'd
Yep.
give you a card and they snap it. And there was a whole stigma around poverty.
Sure.
They've changed that somewhat so people don't notice it. But as a child, it was hard going to the supermarket. And now there's a card that looks like a debit card, an EBT card. But not then. You had to give the actual coupons. And people, there was stigma. And my mother would say, your economic status is not your status before God.
So true.
Man, that gave me courage. That gave me a sense of, hey, I can stand up straight, even though I had holes in my shoes. And I don't know if you know this trick, Tom.
Yeah.
It's called the coloring. What you do is you put a piece of cardboard in the shoe, right? And then you flip it over. And if the shoe is black on the bottom, you take shoe polish, that color, and you color it. Or if it's brown, right? So you color the cardboard, the color of the shoe. I lived like that. But my mother and my father would say, God has a future for you. When you see the image of God in people, you see that God has a divine design, a purpose for them, whether they have a lot of money or they have no money. And so I think that that's what the image of God says. It does. Your economic status does not determine your value before God.
Yeah. Amen to that, Gabe. And really, I think that out of that, because we see people that way, as you were talking, I just think of the words in 1 John 3 that says, Christ sacrificed himself for us, so we ought to sacrifice ourselves for others ultimately. And that's the call. And I think I love being part of a movement and with leaders who are committed to do that. And certainly the CEOs that are having these conversations and the teams and staffs of our rescue missions and ministries are certainly doing ministry on the front line. What word of encouragement might you give to them? And for those maybe that are watching these video feeds or live streams that might be standing on the sidelines, what encouragement might you give to them to take a step onto the field and jump into the game?
Thank you. Because I'm a life that was changed.
Yeah.
Your work is not in vain.
Yeah.
Cast your bread upon the waters. After many days, it will return to you. I was in the White House and I flew on Air Force One. The president asked me, what brought you here? What gave you access to this? I said, oh, who, me? I'm the son of a homeless man. I'm the son of a homeless man whom Christ found, and through the community and the support, his life was changed. So my encouragement is, you never know whose son and daughter's future you're changing with the radical hospitality, generosity, and love. And so my encouragement is, I'm here because of you. I'm able to advocate in the halls of Congress. I'm able to speak with presidents of all parties. I'm able to speak to senators because somebody said, Hector's my father's name. There's dignity in Hector. So my encouragement is, look what God has done through your hands. And like me, thousands of other children and women and men, women who are running from abuse and have, domestic abuse shelters, and children who have a couple meals a day, and men who are learning English to returning and reintegrating into society after serving their time in the criminal justice system. My word of encouragement, gracias. Gracias. I would not be here if it weren't for rescue missions. I used to pastor in New York, right down a couple blocks from the Bowery mission. Seen the work. I know what it does. And so I encourage you with a word of gratitude on behalf of the thousands of people you may never hear from. They're anonymous. They're teachers now. They're principals. They're custodians. They're bus drivers. They're lawyers. But you help their mother, their father. You help them. My word of encouragement is your work yields transformative fruit that leads people to flourishing. God bless you for it. Thank you.
That's a great word to end on, Gabe, and really appreciate how sincere you are with that, and how it just comes out of your life and who God created you to be as well. And we just appreciate your support, your partnership, being able to journey and walk together. And I know this will bless many people who watch this conversation as part of the many conversations that'll be happening on benches today. Thanks so much, my brother. Grateful for
All
you.
those benches across America, that is gospel work. That is gospel work. So from Orlando, gracias.
Gracias. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, peace. And we're on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, how are we doing? Can you hear me? I covered up my microphone a little bit, but let me see if you can hear me. I am happy to see you again. Welcome back to the thousands of you that are watching me at this point. And Sammy just got petrified about the thousands of people that are watching. All four of you that are watching us at this time. This is Sammy. Sammy is a guest of the mission, and we're dining together. Sammy's having the vegetarian special, and I'm having the meatitarian special. And tonight we're having pulled pork over rice, and it tastes pretty delicious. So anyway, certainly welcome you here, and I welcome you, Sammy. Thanks for joining me in our Conversations on a Bench. And so love to get to know you a little bit. And if you're open to it, how did you get connected with Redwood Gospel Mission?
Well, I kind of Googled, well, I was homeless.
Okay.
I started out homeless, and I kind of Googled homeless help, and this was one of them.
Okay.
And I've been coming and going ever since.
Okay.
I've been sober for now over a year.
Yay,
And,
good for you.
Yeah, and this place has really been fantastic.
Okay, awesome. Do you have family in the area? Do you have connections?
I do. I have I do have family, but they're in Windsor.
Okay.
And I like Santa Rosa. I like being here.
Okay.
And, but I do have family in Windsor. Yes.
Okay. What are the benefits? What are the blessings of being at Redwood Gospel Mission? And I'm going to ask you also to give me the challenges and burdens of being at Redwood Gospel Mission, because both exist. Okay. And
Yes.
so feel free, share away.
Redwood Gospel Mission, what I like about this place is it's organized. You follow the rules. it's here for you. You know, it's straightforward. I like the food most of the time. I mean, personally, I think this is the best food I've had in any other organization I've been in.
Okay.
And
Ernie will be happy to know that.
yeah,
So.
yeah, and it's a lifesaver, really.
Okay.
Yeah, it's better to see. You know, it's great for our mental health.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are challenges as well of being here. What are some of the challenges you experience?
I think some of the challenges is that it's a high turnover rate. People don't always tend to stay here for whatever reason. So you got new people coming in, new personalities you got to deal with. But I think it's been a lot easier for me because I've been homeless a long time here, and I know most of the faces out here.
Okay.
And you know, believe it or not, we have a homeless community out here.
Yep.
So.
So what are some of the positives about a homeless community, and what are some of the challenges about a homeless community?
The positive about homeless community is you might not like certain people, you might not get along, but there's a certain respect that everybody gives each other. You might, have an argument here and there, but it's never like permanent. It's just part of living over here. For me, I had social challenges, being around a lot of people and all that. I joined the nomadic.
Yep.
Last year in the winter. The first month and a half was really tough. I was sleeping outside for like a year, and I just getting back into being around people was really hard for me. And but little by little, as long as after three months, I really got better with my communication skills, and that was like a stepping stone. That and being sober.
Yeah. So what's happening in your life? Where are you going? What do you see as both your present and your future?
For me, it's kind of a waiting game. This is my third year being homeless, and I think I've done pretty good for myself. I've gotten disability. I get income now through disability, and that's opening doors for apartments, like housing, and so I'm waiting on that pretty much. It's just when a unit becomes available. It could take 6 months to a couple years,
Right.
But I know, but your turn will come.
Yep.
And I'm actively seeking for a part-time job, just 20 to 24 hours a week, because that's all I can handle.
And there probably are some caps for your disability income as well, about how much you can earn.
Yes. And I don't know if you know, but there's an organization called DOOR, Department of Rehabilitation.
Yep.
They help people with disability get work. That's what they cater to. So I actually saw someone today. So it's moving along.
Okay. So if there was a way that Redwood Gospel Mission could help you more than we do, what might that be?
Well, I'm pretty satisfied. I'm pretty satisfied. I help out around here, and they haven't kicked me out. I'm satisfied.
Okay.
Yeah. This place has helped me out. I mean, me asking for more is just like, I feel selfish.
Okay. You've developed relationships with some of the staff around here and some of the program members as well.
Yes, I have. I didn't know, but I've noticed that they're good. Like I'm having relationships now.
Okay.
Friendly relations. Just. And it's great. Like I'm not alone.
There you go.
I take it one day at a time, being sober, but when you're around people that's being sober like you, it makes the day go by easier.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you part of any church or support group or anything like that? Do you have any of those connections?
No.
Okay. And that's part of that social anxiety stuff as well, because of crowds and strangers, etc.
Yeah.
Okay. But we're glad to be walking with you, and thank you for being opened to come and talk to the thousands of people that are watching. No, just four people. You know, I'm just kidding. Somewhere between 4 people and 1,000 people. So, but I appreciate you coming.
No problem.
God bless you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I go?
Yeah,
right.
you
Yeah.
are free to go. Okay. And now we have our next guest, Rod Bowman. Hi, Rod Bowman.
Hey, Jeff.
Come have a seat. So we've got a microphone. So you can, just so like you're used to, you pull the microphone up to you,
Yeah.
play the keyboard in front of you. Okay, there we go. There we go. How you doing?
Doing pretty good.
So I introduced you to the thousands of people watching. You're Rod Bowman, and what is your role with Redwood Gospel Mission? What is your involvement with Redwood Gospel Mission?
I am the senior chaplain and church liaison.
Okay. So what were you doing this evening that brought you down to 6th and Wilson?
I was leading chapel.
Well, how interesting! A senior chaplain leading chapel. What a coincidence!
Yeah.
Who would have thought? How often do you actually lead chapel as a senior chaplain?
Just once a month,
Okay.
usually. Sometimes not even that, because we have groups that come in and do chapel.
That's changed since you've been here, because you kind of started with doing a lot more than that, but you've developed a
Yes.
lot of churches coming and,
Yep,
and
there's
groups
a lot-
coming.
There's a lot more churches that send teams and proclaim the gospel, and they move microphones around and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so tell me about the chaplaincy ministry. Obviously, chapel services are a big part of that, but tell me about what you do as senior chaplain at Redwood Gospel Mission.
So I kind of coordinate our chaplain ministry,
Okay.
which is a new thing for us. We started a chaplain training program late last year, and they graduated in early spring this year, and we had 14 participants. 4 were staff and 10 were actually deployed as chaplains, and they are available to work with our managers in ministry to people in shelter, in our TSP program, our New Life program, mobile ministries as well, and they're just there as a presence, but also to provide spiritual, emotional, and practical comfort to the men and women that we minister to, that the church is ministered to through us.
Right.
Yeah.
Awesome. And so you have one crew that's been equipped and trained, and some of whom have been engaged and deployed as chaplains, and you've got
Yes.
another crew that's just starting.
Right. We just started. We have 8 now,
Okay.
and that we are taking through the training all over again.
And if somebody wants to be a chaplain, would want to be a chaplain through Redwood Gospel Mission, let me ask, are the tools that they learn as chaplain, are they usable in other areas outside of Redwood Gospel Mission?
Yes, they are. They are. They're very compatible with things like what people do in Stephen ministry.
Okay.
So,
Hello.
Can I get some holy water?
You can get holy water from those guys. It's part of the fun of having the thousands of people watching us as we're sitting on the street. So it's not dissimilar to what people do through a Stevens ministry, or even perhaps through law enforcement or hospital chaplaincy.
right. And I've been I was 14 years law enforcement chaplain and 5 years hospital chaplain.
Mm-hmm.
And before coming here, and then those 14 and 5 years were also concurrent with a full-time pastoral ministry.
Mm-hmm.
So I volunteered once a week. I'm stalling so you can get through.
That's what you need to
So
do.
you can swallow.
Stall. Too big of a bite. So you you served for 30 years in the pastorate?
46.
46 altogether. Wow.
Yeah, and I'm still doing it. On
Uh-huh.
the weekends, I serve a little church in the forest over at Cazadero,
Right.
and they love the mission too.
Awesome. So, what have you seen in your experience? Now, you've been in and around Redwood Gospel Mission initially as a volunteer. You came, and as a pastor, your church would be involved
Yeah.
in leading services at Redwood Gospel Mission in the chapel service.
Right, we did.
You also were involved in our outreach ministries like the Great Thanksgiving Banquet,
Yes.
etc.
Yep.
So you had a lot of involvement with the mission, but you also had once things were winding down for you, you had you weren't ready to be done with vocational ministry,
Oh, no.
and so an opportunity came up here for this role.
Yes.
And now you've been kind of deep into it. You've seen a lot of things happen in this ministry. I think you started right before.
Yeah, it was. I started on the 17th of February 2020, and the very next month, on the 17th, on St. Patty's Day,
The world shut down.
The world turned upside down, and it was a crazy time, and I was just kind of riding.
And so a lot of the stuff that you were doing in that crazy time was out in the woods as we invaded and took over Alliance Redwoods Christian Camp for a year and a half.
Right.
And so you were out there ministering to people who were really isolated in the woods,
Yeah.
and then transitioned back here. And so it's been an interesting journey. What have you observed? What have you seen are some of the deep issues that people have in coming to Redwood Gospel Mission, and what have you seen as some of the things that people take away from their time at Redwood Gospel Mission that help them become successful?
We see the brokenness, the hurt, the loneliness. Many of the people just out on the streets, and relationships backed away from them, and bridges burned, and hope diminished. And when they come here, as our sign says up above us, if you can't find a friend in all the world, you can find one here. And that has been a pleasure for me to meet and see the transformation that takes place as people are not just cared for, but introduced to the reason for our care,
Mm-hmm.
the person central to it all, the Lord Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just been neat. Yeah, there's some times where some will walk back out into the world, but then we've also seen some people come back
Right.
and stick with it.
So you've been able to develop some actual friendships with some of the folks that we
yeah.
serve. Hello. Tell us about some of those connections, because some of them have gone out to the woods with you to minister out in the woods, and some
Yeah.
have. What has been your experience with those relationships that you've developed?
I find it just a real sense of respect, mutual respect, and cooperation, a loving atmosphere among these guys. When I come in, I have to have them set up. I went through heart surgery, and I'm not supposed to be lifting heavy stuff. And we have a really nice keyboard, and it's heavy. And guys just come in, and when I call ahead and I say, hey, I'm going to need the thing set up, they know exactly how to set it up, and they do it. They just do it, and they do it in such a loving way. These guys, some of them have come through such horrible things in their lives, and to witness God's love transforming them, changing them, giving them hope, and they find a job, and they just find purpose again in their lives as children of God. I get to witness that.
Amen. How have you been changed?
Well, toward the latter years of my pastoral ministry, I got to kind of feeling like I was ready for something. I was kind of like the nice man who says all the nice things to all the nice people every nice Sunday. And yeah, there's hurt. People hurt in the church. But this really exposed me to the volume of hurt, of people just struggling to stay alive, and I feel God is, I wouldn't be any other place right now.
Glory to God.
I just believe that this is where God has led me, and God has blessed me, and hopefully He's used me to bless others.
Amen. What gives you hope?
The promise of transformation, that what I see in the guys that make it all the way through and begin to lead productive lives. Some of them get married, and they have families, and then they have places of ministry within a local church, and they're bearing fruit, and I just am pleased to see that God has really gotten a hold of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Amen. Gives us all hope.
Yeah.
So thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this. It's been for me, it's been a delight, and I didn't prompt you, or we didn't talk beforehand, and you shared what everybody has been sharing. You have
really?
shared
That's true.
It's the message of transformation. It's a message of relationships,
Right.
and the key to the broken relationships being the root of what brings people into a place like Redwood Gospel Mission, and the relationships that are established for people once they leave the mission. So
Right.
thank you for sharing.
Well, thank you, Jeff.
Blessings to you. Okay, thanks. I'm gonna grab another utensil. Oh, there you go. Awesome. Okay. Welcome.
Hello, Jeff. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Okay, we're gonna move you here so that you can talk into that microphone so that people can actually hear you. Alyssa Brown, welcome.
Thank you.
Alyssa Brown, what on earth do you do at Redwood Gospel Mission?
I am the resident manager for the Women and Families program. So essentially that's a program manager, but I focus more on the life and culture of our students. I
Right.
interact with them.
So we have a program manager who focuses on all of the developing the volunteers, the curriculum, the classes, the teachers, all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then your focus is working with the residents
With the
and
residents,
client and culture. Right?
Client and culture, yeah.
Okay. And but that's a kind of a new thing for you.
It is a new thing for me, and it's been an amazing growing experience. Yeah.
Prior to working with our long-term program with the Women and Family Ministries, what were you doing prior to that?
I was the manager of the Rose Shelter
Okay.
before then.
Okay.
And then that was about a 6-month period of time.
Yep.
And before that, I was a guest service assistant at the
Okay.
shelter.
Okay. But you've worked with the mission for a few years.
This time around, it's been 4 years
4 years.
consecutively,
Uh-huh.
but I have spent about 90% of my adult life either working or associated with the mission.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you've been in our industrial ministries and our thrift store,
Oh,
and
yes.
and then you've been at our Rose Shelter.
Shelter.
Pretty clearly, you felt a sense of call to working.
Yeah,
What-
I really did. At the thrift store, I loved being at the mission. I felt a little bit of a stronger call, and I felt that call was answered when I
Okay.
joined Shelter and Recovery at the Roses.
Okay. So, what was at the heart of that? What drew you to being at the Rose?
You know, I kind of felt this connection with the program members that would come a couple times a week to the thrift store, and I would get to hear their stories and kind of like how they were transforming. Got to see them maybe once or twice a week, and just, you know, I kind of felt that like, oh, I want to be able to experience that more often, and I got to, and I'm very blessed to
Wonderful.
be able to do so.
Wonderful. So, so you see things from the inside. You see how the sausage is made.
Yeah.
What is your experience? What do you see that brings people to our facility? Why do people come to Redwood Gospel Mission?
I see a lot, well, I get to see the women. So I see a lot of women come to the program and to the shelter because they're looking for a place where they feel safe, where they can have community, where they don't previously have that. And that is a big draw, especially for people who do come back to the shelter frequently. It's because they love the volunteers, they love the staff that just shower them with love and care and comfort when they need it.
If there's anything, if there's any common denominator among the folks that come to the shelter prior to coming, what would you say are those common denominators?
There is a lack of solid relationship with, be that friends or family, like any sort of community. They kind of feel alone, and they're looking for that connection.
So both the Rose
And the program.
and the program create that sense of family and connection,
Oh,
community.
definitely.
Yeah. So with you have a team of people that you work with.
Yeah, yes, they're amazing.
So who are you have other resident assistants? Is that what they're?
Yes, resident assistants.
And how many of those are working with you?
I have 4 at the moment.
4. Okay, so the 5 of you work with the residents, and then we've got other staff that are working at the family campus. What are other roles that exist there?
We have Deborah, so the
Deborah,
program manager,
yeah.
and we have Rod, who's over there, the senior chaplain, and then we do get to kind of experience our ministry support team.
And you have we're beginning children's ministry as well.
Oh yes, we have a child care coordinator for our child enrichment center.
Okay.
That has been a big growing for her too, and she has undertaken that task so wonderfully. She's engaging our children and our students, teaching them about the importance of that community for children, and like she's teaching our mom some healthy parenting techniques, and it's been amazing. The family is they love her already.
How have you been changed as a part of all of this?
I have really learned how blessed I am to have the communities I have around me, and the people that I have relationship with. They're the reason I'm here. That I've always had a safety net because I've had those relationships, and I'm really allows me to feel gratitude that the Lord has blessed me with all that. Yeah.
Indeed. Your parents are involved. Your stepmom is involved. What?
My mom. I call her
Your
my
mom.
mom.
Your mom is involved with us.
My mom is involved with us. She is the reason I'm connected with the mission.
Okay.
I think I have inherited by nurture her love.
And despite the fact that they're rooting for some Panthers right now,
Yes.
she is involved in at our Ukiah ministry.
She is.
And she's been involved with the mission for many years now.
For many years, over a decade, I believe.
Yeah, and heads our Ukiah Center for Hope ministry.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we are delighted that you could join us. We're grateful for your ministry. Anything that you want to talk to folks about in how they could be involved and what it would do for their lives if they were involved?
It is very enriching to volunteer with these students, and especially with the start of our family ministry, we've already seen amazing engagement, and we could always appreciate more, being able to have more people to love our ladies and our families. I have seen some amazing relationships develop between our volunteers and our program members and our guests and our volunteers that last outside of the mission.
Yay.
Yes.
That's what we always want, right? Is those relationships that last and fruit that lasts. Amen.
Yes, it's bountiful fruit. It is.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Jeff.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to take bites. I'm going to eat some more. What do we have next, producers? Oh, we're going to have another video. What video are we going to have? This is.
Don't have a friend in the world? You can find one here.
We've got a video that talks about our guest services and radical hospitality. It's a video that both we hope represents us, but also when we watch it, challenges us to be what we aspire to be. So we hope that you are blessed by watching this next video. And when you do that, then I can consume my dinner that was nicely prepared for me by our kitchen staff.
Have a friend in the world, you can find one here. That's a really complex statement, really, because it involves not only our community, but it involves God in so many different ways. We tend to just put Jesus in that spot. If you can't find a friend in the world, you can find one here. And we know that to be Jesus, but we also know that we are his hands and his feet. So we have to be that friend, the tangible person that they can see that represents who Christ really is in a person's life. To be able to convey that to people through that statement is just a really powerful thing. So I was adopted into a family. They were actually my aunt and uncle and cousins. And I'm not sure to this day, what it was that caused that to happen, but I had a lot of really bad anger issues growing up. My adopted father died when I was 12. And after that, my mom opened up a foster home. Those became my friends. And we know what that brings a lot of the time, a lot of broken people. But some people would say, well, that's really hard. But you know what? That was one of my saving graces, really. They were my best friend too. It just the priest was would it be. If you don't have a friend in the world, you can find one here. That's a really complex statement, really, because it involves not only our community, but it involves God in so many different ways. We tend to just put Jesus in that spot. If you can't find a friend in the world, you can find one here. And we know that to be Jesus, but we also know that we are his hands and his feet. So we have to be that friend, the tangible person that they can see that represents who Christ really is in a person's life. To be able to convey that to people through that statement is just a really powerful thing. So I was adopted into a family. They were actually my aunt and uncle and cousins. And I'm not sure what, to this day, what it was that caused that to happen, but I had a lot of really bad anger issues growing up. My adopted father died when I was 12. And after that, my mom opened up a foster home. Those became my friends. And we know what that brings a lot of the time, a lot of broken people. But some people would say, well, that's really hard. But you know what? That was one of my saving graces, really, because there were people out there that understood me. Some of my best friends, even to this day, are a couple of those foster kids that my mom had when I was a teenager growing up. I had 6 older brothers, and so I had one particular brother who pretty much taught me everything he knew by the time I was 8 or 9 years old. It just kind of spiraled from there. I just thought that was the way people lived. Once I started using it all, that's all it became till I had nothing left. When my dad died, I knew that God was real. I don't know why, but when the priest would come and they would pray around him when he was dying of the cancer, just because I think I had a sense that who they were praying to was real. What led me to the streets would be my drug addiction, would be my alienation of my family, the alienation constant of my friends, burning bridges constantly wherever I went. And then pretty soon when you continue to do that, that's where you end up, is you end up out there with no place to go. I think like most of the people that are out here, there's just a really low self-esteem, very low opinion of ourselves. And really the only way that I could alleviate those opinions and the heartache that came with those opinions was by doing, partying and alcohol and drugs, and kind of just taking my mind away from the reality of who I thought I was. The hardest part about living on the streets is that, you know, you have friends, but you're not allowed in their home. You know what I mean? On a consistent basis. And so there were many nights when it would rain and I'd have to find an overhang to crawl under. And there were nights when it was really super, super cold and I had no way of keeping myself warm. And of course, that's where dope came in really handy. It was that I would just stay awake and it kept you warm. But being on the streets is just something that I did to myself. Unless you've really experienced it, it's kind of hard to really explain what it's like to really have nowhere to go. But I know today that God was with me the whole time. The reason I ended up at the mission in the first place was because of the Napa Police Department. I was having a real hard time. I was getting angry and angrier, and I was really just lashing out on a lot of people. And so to put me in jail for the violence that I was subjecting on people. And they were going to send me to prison for 5 years. But there was a probation officer at that time. His name was Michael Ash, and he stuck up for me. He knew that that really wasn't the direction. He must have seen something in me. And I graduated during that time. And then, of course, I relapsed, went back out, and came back in '98. And been clean ever since, a little over 25 years now. I just can't see myself ever going back to a life like that. You know, God has given me so much. He's given me so much. I can't even begin to tell you, just not just a roof over my head and a job and people who love me and I love them, and just this relationship with Christ that is just intense at times, that I just can't see how anybody would want to go back to the darkness like that. And I refuse. I refuse no matter what happens. I just know that God's got me, and I have to remember that at all times. You have to put on a mask when you're out there, and that's what I know a lot of these people do. And that's why I'm able to relate to them, and I'm able to break through those masks on a lot of people's, because I just know they're just as scared as I was. And that's what really a lot of that was out there, was just, you know, who knows what was going to come at you next. I put myself in some really bad spots to where I could have easily been killed. I just praise God for him and his grace upon my life. Well, of course, the first thing you can get coming through that door is hope. Whether you even have an inkling of who God is or not, there's hope in that room, in that chapel service. I just stayed, and I stayed, and pretty soon God started giving me gifts of hope, and he started giving me gifts of grace, and I recognized it. I can't say any more than that about just that word hope and what it gives to a person, to have hope that one day they can be productive again in their lives, that they can know Christ and they can know what his plan is for their life. Well, when I came into the New Life program, I still had no trust for people, but it was very quick at that time that I started to be able to trust people. There were just certain people at that time that were just instrumental in showing me grace and taking me under their wings and just really showing me what Christ looked like. To be able to have that feeling is priceless. It felt really good that people would care enough to sacrifice kind of a lot, you know, because like even for a while I was not still the nicest person in the world. I still gave a lot out of my anger, of my distrust, you know. That's what I gave back to them, but they just kept showing me love and they kept showing me grace, and I tell you, man, pretty soon you start to understand that love and that grace. Well, the impact is 25 years later, here I am sitting here doing this interview with you. It's like a pebble being thrown into a pond, because now that I understand that, now that I can receive that fully with my whole heart down, now I can give it away to other people. So really that's the impact. 2002 I came in. I hired as a guest services manager for about 6.5 years, moved on to field agent for about 10 years, and now I'm the men's house steward over here at 101 6th Street. When you can come into a clean house, when you can come into a place that has clean beds and clean bedding, and you can walk into our clothing room and take a hot shower and change into something clean, it really means the world to a lot of people. I remember when I was out there and I was running and abusing myself, you know, it might be 3 or 4 days before I changed my clothes. And so I know what it's like to be out there and not have anybody want to help you because you're just not wanting to help yourself. What a house steward does is really what it says. We steward the house. All the things that we have over there at the Redwood Gospel Mission are things that God has granted us. And so everything we have over there is His, and He has put me in a place to steward those resources. And so everything that we do over there is about that. It's about just stewarding what God wants us to steward. When I came in, Dwayne Finger was a musician, and he used to do a lot of musical things with us, those that had aptitude for music. I have gotten to know so many people around this country because of being a musician as well, and people saw that in me, and they saw that that God was working through that musicianship. And so I've gotten an opportunity to play with literally hundreds and hundreds of people and be able to minister to thousands and thousands of people because of that, a gift really that God gave me. Because I had that when I was young, but like I said, I could never do one thing. I could never do anything but the drugs and the alcohol. So, but God says in His Word that I'll give you back the years that the locusts have eaten. And that's what He did with the music, is that He gave back the years that the locusts had eaten. And now, man, it is just an incredible thing to know the people that I know. It's a great honor, really, because I've been able to play and record with some really excellent musicians, and I wouldn't trade the last 25 years of that for anything that this world could possibly offer me. And that's what I'm talking about, not going back. I mean, what kind of a fool would I be if I was to go back to the darkness after what God has given me in the last 25 years? It's just been a blessing indeed to be in the places that I've been able to be in. Well, one of the greatest friendships that I have in my life right now is the gift that God gave me with my wife. It is truly an honor to share my life with this woman that I would have never had an opportunity to have before. And so if I was to brag on anybody, it would be her, because she's put up with kind of a lot for me as well, but she's just so full of grace and mercy and kindness, and it's just an incredible thing to share my life with her. The building that we now occupy on 6th and Wilson is a gem in this community. Anyone who has donated or volunteered is a part of this family. And it is obvious that God wants us to stay on this corner. This is where He wants us. Because like me trying to escape, we've tried to move before, and it's just obvious that this is where God wants us to be. I would have to just say thank you. Just want to say thank you to everybody, the volunteers and the donors and the board and the leadership and everybody who plays a part in what the gospel mission is. You touch so many people, and I'm one of those people that this place has touched. And so, one more time, thank you, thank you, thank you. That'd be 3 more times, but we'll just go with.
Okay, hi, and welcome back to our live feed. I hope that video was a blessing to you. I'm glad you're joining us. I'd like to welcome Kevin Briggs. Kevin Briggs has had a really interesting job working with Golden Gate Guardians, right? Is that?
I was with the California Highway Patrol.
California Highway Patrol.
And then worked on the Golden Gate
yeah,
Bridge.
Yeah, worked on the Golden Gate Bridge.
A lot of my career.
And so when somebody is with the CHP and works on the Golden Gate Bridge, it's often not a good circumstance that you're there, right?
Right. Yeah.
You have engaged with people who are in probably the worst time of their life.
Yes, a very, very dark time, suicidal, and yeah. And I didn't realize this when I started working on the bridge. I had no training in this, but I started doing this type of work and averaged 4 to 6 folks a month on that bridge. So you learn a lot and you learn quick.
So I don't know what the statistics are. I mean, you can share those with us of those who actually take their lives versus those who are at that place of despair that they're seeking to take their lives. What was your obviously you had to be involved in the recovery of those who had lost their lives, but also you were dealing with many people as well who were at a desperate place and needed help right then.
Yes, absolutely.
So tell us a little bit about your work.
If we could get to folks, maybe they're over the side of the pedestrian rails. If we could get to them, most of the time they would come back. And I think the biggest part of this was trying to listen to people, not interrupting them, not trying to fix anything. And that goes right here, right now, when I'm teaching. I travel and teach negotiations and suicide prevention now. And I tell folks, stop trying to fix things for people. When they're desperate and they're really down, they just want somebody to listen. And most of the time, this would work. We did lose people. We would lose sometimes 30 plus people a year on that bridge to suicide. But many of those we never even got the opportunity to speak with.
Right.
But the amount of people that we helped, I don't use the word saved, I say people that we helped and got back over, was a tremendous amount because we had it in us. You can have all the training you want, all the negotiator training and everything else, but if you're not there to really listen and have that empathy and put yourself in their shoes and try to see through their eyes, that's what this is about.
Are there themes, if you will? Are there patterns or people's experiences that are common themes for the people who were facing the despair of life?
Yes, I did see a number of things. One, people were in a lot of emotional pain, number one. If they were on a medication for a mental illness, they stopped it at least a month prior. And they felt like they were a burden to their families, and they felt helpless and hopeless in their situation.
Helpless and hopeless.
That's a big one.
Were there any patterns of relationships or families or with
many times they felt that they weren't being understood, or they felt like they were a burden to their families. And I would ask them, have you spoken with your family about this? And most of the time, no, they hadn't, but they felt like they were a burden. Or they went from their parents to one of their siblings to live, and then they got bounced around, and they felt like they just weren't fitting in anywhere. And it just takes a big toll on
them. They felt all alone in this world.
All alone,
yeah.
Yes.
So in your work, you travel around the country helping train people in intervention and
yes.
Prevention. What are some of the keys? Not to have you give a seminar here because that's your business.
No,
but what are some of the keys?
Yeah. If we can get the folks down here at this level and recognize what's going on, and when somebody's talking, give them the time of day. just to be, you know what, let's sit down, let's have a cup of coffee. And if they're really going through a lot of stuff, just take it in and not trying to fix it, but be there. And I'm a big one on validating what someone is going through, but you have to mean it. And, you know, it has to come from the heart. Just, wow, that really sounds tough. And then normalizing what they're going through. If they're talking about suicide, you know what? Anybody going through all those things that you're doing might be thinking about suicide. Have you been thinking about suicide? And if they say yes, let's dig into that a bit. How long have you been thinking about it? Do we need to get help right now? And I said, don't keep secrets. Secrets get people killed. They're going to be mad at you for calling either 988 or a crisis text line 741-741 or 911. But you know what? They're still here, and the opportunity to get some help.
Right. So the people who love folks who are going through crisis feel like they don't want to make somebody feel bad by intervening by calling 988 or 911.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my.
Or to this place.
Yeah.
The help is here.
Yeah. So I was just interviewing a man just a couple hours ago. It was a couple hours ago, who he was a veteran but found himself alone and isolated. Had some struggles in his past, but he was completely alone, and so he determined that he was going to end his life, and he called a friend of his, who listened to him, who then encouraged him to call the hotline, and he called the hotline.
Great.
And so when he called the hotline, they said, okay, but before you do that, why don't you come down to Redwood Gospel Mission, and I want you to talk to, and he mentioned the name of a person at Redwood Gospel Mission, and he did, and he came down, and he's sitting here today telling his story about what God did in his life, and how he developed a whole new family and new relationships because he was alone in this world, and then, but not being alone made a huge difference for him. Not being isolated in the world.
He gave it another chance.
Yes.
He was willing to give it another chance.
Yeah.
That's what we tell folks.
Yeah.
Don't give up.
Yeah, oftentimes we think of people making permanent decisions for temporary problems.
Yes.
But those temporary problems can be so overwhelming that they feel like they're permanent problems.
Yes, and they've maybe had those problems for a long time.
Yeah.
But there's so many things out there. And mind you, yes, it can be a struggle to get a mental health appointment. Yes, there can be obstacles. Yes. But that's where places like this come in to help get you through that to that next appointment or whatever they may need.
So when you're when you're working with people for intervention or to help people with prevention, you're working often with organizations like ours, or with groups of people who encounter people who are struggling with life issues.
Correct.
Are there principles or tools that people who are struggling with life issues, are there things that they can do to help mitigate some of those feelings that they have?
Yes. Now, for instance, I'm a big advocate of a crisis safety plan.
Okay.
And let's say you're doing okay, but maybe you lost a child some time ago, and every year on that anniversary date or coming up to it or the holidays that you've had feelings every single year about this, that you don't want to be here. You want to be with your child who has passed. So this crisis safety plan, and people can look these up on the computer or get a hold of me for one, it's something that you fill out when you're doing okay. Should you get into crisis, you refer back to this, because I look at it, and many people do, like a horse with blinders on, that you don't see the whole scope of everything. So you look at this plan that you filled out, and there's all sorts of things you can do. People you can contact, places you can go, things to do, and you filled all this out. So if you do get into crisis, you can refer to this, and it can help get you past this and get you some assistance. Things like that are very, very important.
Okay, wow, that's... How did your role with CHP, how did your role working at the Golden Gate Bridge affect your life?
It really affected my life based on a photo of me speaking to a man named Kevin Berthia over the rail, and that launched a whole nother career for me based on this photo. But it also, I had never done any kind of work like this. I wasn't trained to do this, to talk to folks over the rail. You know, I'm thinking, am I responsible? What if I mess up and things? Yeah. So it was quite some time before I got some training, and then even more training as years progressed. But really talking to the folks, and then when they would come back over the rail or wherever we were, talking to them and trying to learn, what did I do that helped this situation, and what did I do that maybe wasn't so good? So I learned from talking to these folks. This is it. This is the bottom line here. We're not in somebody's office and just chatting away where you're comfortable. It's cold, it's windy, it's really cold steel. It's a horrible place to talk to folks who are struggling tremendously. But I learned from them and used each and every one of those to help me become better at helping those folks and
Right.
having them see the light of it, so to speak.
Is this something that lay people can do?
Absolutely, absolutely. I have seen people, trained people, because I do this for a living and I get to speak with a lot of mental health professionals and doctors and things. I have seen people that have been training all their life to do this who really weren't very good. I have seen people who just have that gift of gab, but also the gift to be quiet and really take in what is being said to them. That's what this is about. Anybody can do this. I don't care how many negotiator schools and everything else I've had. If you don't have that empathy and the ability to put yourself in their shoes and really see what's going on and sit back and take it in and say, all right, let's see what we can do together today. I'm here today. We're going to get somebody for you there tomorrow, because we know if we can get somebody past this crisis today and get them some good help, a lot of times they won't get back into this situation and they'll have coping skills to get past it.
Mm-hmm. So you've had family members, extended family members, extended relatives who have struggled with life. Have you been able to employ some of those tools in helping your family members?
That's the hardest part, is when it's a family member.
Right.
It's just like a medical doctor. He can help everybody else, but when it's a family member, it's the hardest.
Yeah.
So yes, you try. And I have said, hey, some of these things have worked for me who I had cancer in my past, some very, very serious abuse as a child, and just a whole gamut of things, some heart surgeries and head injuries and all sorts of things. So sometimes I have to rely on other people to help me through things.
Right.
Along with that, with the suicide in my family, and it's an ongoing struggle at times.
Yeah. A lot of us don't fully appreciate how real depression is.
Yes.
So one of our coaches, I was talking to one of our coaches here. We have volunteer coaches that work with folks, very talented people. And I was asking a coach, what have you learned in your time being here? And he just said, addiction is real. And in the same way, you might look to people and say, no, depression is real.
It absolutely is.
And it's
Yes.
that when those people have those blinders on, it's like nothing, from a distance, what they're doing or what they're engaging in makes no sense whatsoever. Why would they do that? But the reality is those things are real, and they, being a friend, being there to help people makes a huge difference.
Yes.
Well, we are blessed to actually have your son that is on our team, and we, he has been an absolute delight
Fantastic.
for us, and we, it gives me joy every time I get to see him, which is kind of rare now because I don't get to our news store very often, and not as often as I like, because we all need to shop more.
I'm a shopaholic.
Yeah.
And I keep doing it.
Yeah. Well.
And
yeah,
he has had some struggles,
Yeah.
and this place has been a blessing for him.
Well, he's been a blessing to us. I
So-
can tell you that. It's been great to have him.
We need our mental health professionals. A lot of them do, phenomenal work, fantastic work. And I would say if you're in need of a mental health professional, please do that, but make sure they are trained in what you're going to see them for.
Right.
And they're wonderful. They do, phenomenal work.
Yeah.
But also, all of us can really help folks who are struggling by being there and not really trying to fix anything, but listening.
So we have mental health professionals on our team, and we have a whole group of therapists that work with our clients. But I was talking to one of our therapists a few years ago, and so I was asking him about, how important, or I was commenting on how valuable his training was and all that he was doing, and he just looked at me in the eye and said, "Jeff, they don't need a psychologist, they need a friend." And man, oh man, that makes a huge difference. And really that's what you're saying as well. When a person is in their lowest point, they need somebody who really is a friend that will listen to what they're saying.
Really can. And, when they get to that level, most of us are not going to be able to fix anything. So don't try to fix anything. And don't compare your situation to theirs. They're already at a low level. So just be there. And sometimes silence is fine. Just by sitting next to someone can make a world of difference for them. We run out of things to say and we get nervous. So we tell them everything's going to be fine. We don't know that because we run out of things. I've done it. I speak with a lot of dispatchers on the phone with folks, and they don't like the silence. I tell them it's okay. That silence is all right. Just let them know I'm still here for you. I'm still here with you.
Yeah. Wow. What? Well, God bless you in what you do and what you have done, and thank you for your encouragement to us. We might just reach out to you, and maybe you can come by and work with our team in helping us.
I'd be happy to.
We certainly have. We certainly work with a lot of people who are not literally, but metaphorically on the rail.
Right. No, I'd be happy to. I'm close.
Okay.
Available.
Okay.
So I am at your disposal.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate you
Absolutely.
coming by.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Blessings to you. Okay. I think we're that was our 15-minute mark, right? What do we have now?
Well, I have a question or two that's come in.
Okay.
That we could talk about.
Okay. Thanks, Kevin. So we'll go on to our next
Okay.
our next thing.
Well, thank you all. You made that very easy on me.
Oh, good.
Thank you for doing this all night.
Okay.
That's tough. Keep smiling.
Okay.
All right.
It's actually been a joy. I get to talk to people like you.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we had a statement.
Okay.
So we have some question statements, and we'll hit these through the night. But I thought maybe we could start with this statement. It's from Rob, and he says, "In my opinion, is that most homeless people are drug addicts that need treatment. They are personally responsible for their state if they choose to seek help instead of enabling them with some sort of shelter. They won't use towards recovery. I would support that, but the track record is bad on that."
Oh, okay. So what I would tell you is that we have drug and alcohol recovery programs, and that is something that we really believe in. And our experience, is that everyone who graduates from our New Life program graduates with a home, graduates with a support system, graduates with a job, and graduates with opportunity to take the next step. Is it 100%? Absolutely not. But what we do know is that lives can be transformed and can be changed. The video that we just showed our friend Gary, who was an addict for years. Started when he was a child as an addict. He was just 11 or 12 years old when he became an addict, and it took him years to get to the place where he came to the mission, and it took 2 or 3 times coming through our shelter. But he came to our New Life program, he graduated, and today is thriving. He lives in Iowa, but he's thriving, he's married, he's got a healthy life, a healthy family, healthy church connection, and a healthy job. So yes, it's true that many people who are homeless struggle with addiction. Their lives are complicated, but we can be here in love and grace and provide that bridge to transformation. And that's what we seek to do. We don't provide shelter to provide shelter. We provide shelter to make connection with relationship. And we have a limitation of the amount of shelter that somebody can get. A person who comes to seek shelter from us has 30 days in which he can make decisions to take the next step with our life transforming program, or our transitional savings program, or one of those opportunities that we have to help people step up instead of just recycle.
Would you like to talk more about our transitional savings program, how that works?
Sure. So there are people that come to us that, at least ostensibly, do not have life-controlling issues. They're not people who present with mental illness or drug and alcohol addiction or some other life-controlling issue. And there may be a number of circumstances related to their homelessness or unemployment. Oftentimes, it remains the same in the sense they don't have anywhere to turn. They don't have any relationships in which to turn to. So they can come to our transitional savings program if, while they're in that first 30 days, they find employment and they begin to move, they begin to make money. We have opportunity for them to save money, staying with us for up to 6 months while they're saving money. In some cases, they're able to even get a car. They're able to make that transition into permanent housing because we provide that bridge for them. Now, it's not an easy thing because they have to participate in a program while they're doing it, and they have to submit to random and periodic drug tests because, again, they may not present as addicts or alcoholics, but we want to make sure that they're honest with us and with themselves. They submit to Bible memorization. They submit to engaging with a local church. They have a coach that they have to engage with on a regular basis. They make a number of commitments, and then they do service projects around the mission. So they give back to others. They help out on the desk. They help out in the kitchen. They help out with other guest services. And so what we get to see from those people who participate fully in that program is that they transition into permanent housing once they complete that transitional savings program.
Right. So, and I'm glad you touched on the relationship part, because we keep talking about how broken relationships leads to a lot.
Yeah.
And in every program and everything we do, we're not just providing something to enable, but allowing people to develop that community around them for that support and to be able able to grow.
So one of the things we do as a mission is we put on seminars called Helping Without Hurting. And we have, I was reminded that we've been at more than 20 churches putting on Helping Without Hurting seminars. And the purpose of the seminars is to help people understand what the difference between enabling and empowering is. And we strongly believe in a grace-based approach, but we strongly believe that if we give people permanent shelter, they're never going to change. They're just going to be enabled to continue that lifestyle they're leading. But if we give them step opportunities for growth, we empower them to take the next step. We do so with a grace approach, and not with, and certainly not with an enabling approach.
Right. Well, I see our next guest has
Okay,
arrived, and
wonderful.
So I will give up my seat on the bench.
Okay,
and
we'll save the next question for the next
let-
gap.
Exactly.
Okay, awesome.
Exactly. Thank you.
Hello.
What's up, brother?
Welcome.
You're doing it.
It is. Come on in. Come on. Hi, Ruben. Welcome. Come on in. Have a seat. Join us on the bench.
I'll be in the middle? Okay,
You'll be in
I'll
the middle.
Okay.
So we're gonna we'll get our techie people. So if we can get the mic sort of between you guys, and I think between our two mics we have enough to enough oomph to pick everybody's voice up. So because I've got a mic on me.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
Apparently, yeah.
How are you doing?
I am so blessed. This has been we've got 15 hours and 37 minutes to go on this deal, but that means that we've been here a long time. I can't count. We've been here over 8 hours, right? We've been here over 8 hours doing this. Is that right? Is that? Yes.
I can't do math now.
We've been here over 8 hours. Yeah, we're done with our math. This has been a great time. So I'm here. I'm delighted to be here with my friend. That's not right. Bram, B-R-A-M, Bram Begonia, who is the CEO of the Bay Area Rescue Mission, and with him, Ruben. I don't have your last name.
Olagas.
Oh, Ruben Olagas, who is with Mechanics Bank. In the Richmond area as well, and I'm delighted you're here. I served before coming to Santa Rosa in another century. I served at Richmond at the Bay Area Rescue Mission, and I was there for almost 7 years, and it was a formative time for my life. I've shared a couple of stories with you, but it was one of the most impactful times of my life serving in the Iron Triangle in Richmond, California. So welcome, guys. I'm glad you're here.
We're happy to be here.
So we've got you scheduled for a long time.
5 hours?
Something like that. So I don't have any other agenda other than to talk to you. I will tell you that the things have happened here that I didn't anticipate. And one of the things that happened here was that we started seeing a theme that was developed in it. And it wasn't because I was asking leading questions. It's just because the people who understand the issues of homelessness understand some of those commonalities, why people would come to a rescue mission, why people are living on the streets, what is causing that. Now, we can go to the usual suspects, but there's something common among the people that come to us. And so, having said that, putting you on the spot, Bram, what do you see as some of those common themes for people that come to Bay Area Rescue Mission seeking help?
Well, the common theme is for us is it's definitely not a win streak that they're on when they come to us.
That's true.
It's you know, there are some sayings that we're used to because it's the testimonies of the people who are with us.
Yeah.
Tore up
from the floor up, beat up from the feet up.
Exactly. And they explain that to me, and they'd say, "Hey, Bram, when I came here, I burned every relationship. I got kicked out of my house. My family turned on me for good reason. I've burned every auntie's and uncle's house, every friend's couch, and I wasn't welcome anywhere else. And then I was on the streets, and then I didn't like that anymore. And this can vary from 2 weeks to 2 months to 5 years, as
Yeah.
you know, Jeff. And there's really no other place to go. So the common theme is that's the rock bottom.
Yeah.
Hopeless. I don't know if
Yeah.
I can live.
And I think you said it. The theme that we heard over and over again is broken relationships, broken relationships, broken relationships. I got kicked out of my house. My friends wouldn't take me in anymore. My aunts and uncles wouldn't take me in anymore. They all had turned away from me. One person that I talked to was telling his story, not today, but telling me his story, that he said he got out of jail, and he picked up a phone, and this is back when they had pay phones. You remember those days? Picked up a pay phone.
I don't know what that is.
called his mom, and his mom and his sister answered and hung up on him.
Yep.
And he knew that was it. That was when he found the bottom, because they wouldn't take his call.
We have a person who just shared a story with us that his family was nearby, and they knew it was his birthday, and the family was so scared that he would come home for his birthday because they sent one of the brothers to him and gave him $20 if he promised not to come home on his birthday.
Oh.
That's when he knew he was at the bottom.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And how heartbroken he was that his own brother was saying, Dad really is concerned that you might show up today.
Yeah.
And here's $20 to do what you want to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was really hurtful.
So we often say people who have nowhere to go because they have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And so they come here and they find a sign on our door that might be a similar sign that's on your door. If you don't have a friend in the world, you can find one here. And it is that thing that people need and that they're looking for. So I put you on the spot, but you answered because you know you're an insider. It's people who don't have anywhere to go, and there are lots of reasons, right? There are lots of reasons. Some people don't have anywhere to go because they're abusive. Some people don't have anywhere to go because they've been abused. And we have both and. Now tell me about Bay Area Rescue Mission. Tell me a little bit about your ministry, and tell the folks, the thousands of people watching, about Bay Area Rescue Mission.
Well, Bay Area Rescue Mission has been serving the Richmond community and the greater Bay Area since 1965. Not as old as...
Well, it's an interesting story, right?
Are we a grandchild?
No, you're a child of Redwood Gospel Mission,
Okay.
but you're a great grandchild of the Fresno Rescue Mission.
That's right. So, we started with 12 hots and a cot. We had 12 cots and served 36 hot meals a day. And motivated by the love of God, Larry Wattell just started serving people.
Yeah.
The men who would fall asleep on the train and wake up in the middle of the Iron Triangle, walk up and down McDonald Avenue, looking for their next drink or to get into trouble or to sleep.
I knew that guy's name was Bill.
And they'd wander in, they'd get a hot meal, and you know, we were just hoping, from Malcolm, and then after 5 years, Malcolm Lee took over. Our good friend Malcolm Jolie.
Mm-hmm.
He's turning 90.
90 this month.
On October 28th.
Yeah.
And we just took him out and celebrated his birthday.
I'm going to go to his house on the or somewhere. I'm going to go to the church on the 25th to celebrate with him. Yeah.
And so Malcolm led the rescue mission for 30 years, and the whole point was try to take care of the physical need, give somebody a hot plate of food, get them out of the cold, put some clothes on them, and once that physical need has been met, then share the word of Christ with them, and hopefully if their stomach's not growling, they can hear the prayer and the words. And that simple recipe really is what is our success. So we have an emergency shelter for men, emergency shelter for women, emergency shelter for women with children. And then we have our year-long life transformation program for the same folks.
And about how many people do you serve at Bay Area?
So we serve, we have 350 beds.
Okay.
And of course, when it's over 90 degrees, the county allows us to put out as many cots as we need for inclement weather shelter.
Okay.
And when it's cold and rainy, we can do that as well. So this is the most we've ever served this year in the history of our rescue mission. It's our 60-year birthday party at the rescue mission. And last year we provided over 2.1 million meals and 81,000 bed nights of shelter. And people are coming to the Lord. Our graduation's coming up, our second graduation of this year, and lives are being transformed. And we literally see miracles every day. Every day.
Wonderful. Praise God. So, how long have you served at Bay Area Rescue Mission?
I'm the newbie.
Okay.
I've been there since February 2021.
Okay.
And so I think I'm going on 6 years now. It's been a blessing ever since.
Okay.
It's wonderful.
Awesome. Awesome. It's been a delight for me to have you there, and obviously I've taken advantage of you already.
I was telling Ruben how you voluntold me to a few things.
I did. So for those watching, we are part of a Citygate network, and you've seen some videos perhaps from Citygate, some of our live feeds from them, as they are we are doing a national broadcast, a national simulcast with about 60 different missions from across the country. And so Bram and I both serve as officers, leaders of our Pacific District, which is California, Nevada, Hawaii, Utah, and Arizona.
Sierra District.
It's the Sierra District. What I say? Pacific. Our Sierra District, excuse me. It used to be Pacific. Now it's Sierra. So our Sierra District, and so there's about 55 missions that are associated with our Sierra District, and so we meet periodically with folks and hope to encourage them in ministry. So he is serving in that capacity because when they said, who ought to serve with you, Jeff, I said one person, and that's Bram Begonia. So Ruben, how you're involved with Bay Area Rescue Mission? How so?
So I actually got involved with the rescue mission when I joined Mechanics Bank. So I'm the EVP branch manager for the Mira Vista location right on McDonald Avenue.
Okay.
And so I actually got very heavily involved with the mission, just out of history and also just for the care of human beings in general. I shared the story with Bram that when I would have Bay Area Rescue Mission staff coming in, or when I was cleaning out the desk and getting myself situated, I'd always find like these plaques, and then the plaques that said, partner of the year, or partners from 2010 or whatever it was. I was like, oh, this is interesting. What is this? And so over time, I just started to ask staff, like, okay, well, what is this? What do we do? Oh, they bank with us. They do a couple things with us. I'm like, oh, well, what is this? Like, let me do some research. So I started doing some more research about it, and I started thinking, okay, well, what is this? Let me see exactly what it is that they do. And within 3 to 4 months of me being there, I was like, okay, this is what I need to do. I need to go and do this. I need to go meet with them. I need to see how Mechanics Bank can be partners with Bay Area Rescue Mission.
Wonderful.
We have that there. We can do this, and ever since then, we've just built up a relationship. You know,
How can we get back to the plaque level?
Yeah. How can we? And that's the quote I use. I'm like, well, how can I get back to that plaque level? Because this is, you know, we had this before. How can I get back to that? That's 15 years ago. We need to get back to that level again. And so it's just one of those things where, you know, when Nat comes in, or Greg, or anybody who's from the rescue mission, they come in to, you know, make deposits. Where I'm like, hey, how do we get back to this? How can we get back to this, you know, level of service with you guys? What do we need to do? Do we need us to do financial literacy for you? Do you need us to help out with sponsorships? Do you need us to come and do things like this? Like, what do we need to be the partners that you want us to be? So this way we can help the community, but also, you know, do our part. Because it takes a community to be what this is meant to be.
Absolutely. So I'm going to go back to you, Bram. You mentioned your life transformation program. Tell us a little bit about your life transformation program and how things like financial literacy play into that.
Yeah, we have a wonderful life transformation program. It is very organized. It's co-ed, and there are 3 hours in the morning of vocational training and 3 hours in the afternoon of classes. That could be life skills, Bible study, to financial literacy, parenting, or it's flipped. You can do your classes in the morning and vocational training in the afternoon.
So you'll have either like early phasers in the morning and late phasers in the afternoon, or vice versa. Yeah.
Right. So if you're a volunteer teacher for us, you've got to take 2 classes. If you teach on Tuesday, you need a morning and an afternoon class. We're very happy with our vocation because they are truly for the benefit of the student.
Right.
You know, we're partnered with Contra Costa College and many other partners.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're learning how to work in culinary arts, you're passing tests.
Mm-hmm.
You're not just cutting onions for 12 months.
Right.
You're not just mopping the floor. You're learning about food safety. You're getting your safe serve. You're really going through sort of what you would do at the culinary arts school.
So how many different vocational training elements are there? I mean, you mentioned culinary arts.
We have warehouse. I think we have 7 in total right now. And I think we're launching a cybersecurity. It's gone
wonderful.
well thus
Wow.
far. And administrative and all the other ones. So we have partners like Richmond Build.
Uh-huh.
And if you take that course and you graduate in the top 5, you're guaranteed placement with a union job. And a few graduations ago, their top 5 students, 3 of the 5 were from the Bay Area Rescue Mission.
Wonderful.
One of them was a female.
Wonderful.
And she took pride that she, you know, beat the other guys and took that union job from them. And so, you know, it's just wonderful seeing that we're helping people get jobs, and not just temporary jobs, working in a warehouse, getting paid 2 weeks at a time, but jobs where they're going to have an income that they can sustain themselves and their family. So we're also very thankful that the women that are coming to us are getting their kids back. From our number 1 referral source for us is Child Protective Services, and I believe we're the only program right now in our area that allows mom to have all of her kids with her while she's in our program. When most programs might say you can pick 1, maybe 2 max.
Oh my!
But you're not bringing 4 kids into our program. Oh. And we have a mom with 7 kids who graduated our program.
Wonderful.
So, you know, the Life Transformation Program is doing great, and we're seeing great results. That may seem simple, but you know, 35-year-old guy named Dustin who thought getting his GED was not attainable, period. And when he attained that, this is not even graduation from our Life Transformation Program. This is just getting his GED along the way. It was such a big deal, so emotional. And now that he's done that, he thinks that he can do anything. You know, something's in his mind now. He's like, I can go to I finished that. I can take college courses. And
Indeed.
that now.
Absolutely.
Now it's like, I can do this, and it's
Wonderful.
it's just very wonderful to see the confidence that comes when you can attain. Somebody starts believing in you, having hope for the future.
How important are volunteers in all of this process?
Well, we only have 50 team members for the amount of people that we serve, but we have an army of volunteers, more than 500, who love serving at the rescue mission. Sometimes our customer service is higher than our staff, right? And they're very protective of their duty. We have some families that Tuesday night, that's the night they serve. Church Bible study, right? Friday, we've been doing this for 11 years. That's when we're loving on people. And so we just have hundreds of volunteers who love, they get more. They always say we get much more out of serving than we serve. But they really love pouring out their love onto community guests, students, and our staff. They're a great encouragement to our staff.
So our mission statement is that in the grace and power of Jesus Christ, the Redwood Gospel Mission mobilizes our community to minister to people in need so that lives are transformed. And we don't say whose lives get transformed in the process, because we believe everybody's does. And I think that you would say that of your team members, if they were, as they get involved in caring for the needs of people in the community, they are transformed every bit as much as the people that they're serving, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So how does that work with Mechanics Bank? Do you have a program by which you encourage team members to do community service so that you can be that gold partner, or how?
Yes. So one of the things that we have with Mechanics Bank, which is a great thing across the board, is they do allow time for staff to be able to do either volunteer hours if they want to, or it can still be paid through the bank, but they're actually volunteering, being able to do, like for example, we have some that will go out to elementary schools, and they'll do financial literacy courses for second graders or for third graders, whatever it may be. They do other like adult classes as well. And so they really encourage staff to be able to go out and do these things, not necessarily just for the things that they have, but also just going out, even if it's helping out with the food bank, helping out with doing distributions, going to events, going to whatever may be that they're passionate about, and allowing them to be able to have that. And so it's a great resource, especially because they allow us to have that time to, and more so to do whatever it is that we're passionate about.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So it's about being part of community, right?
Exactly.
Along that lines, as you are part of community, as you build relationships with people in the community, if once they become contributors to the community, they also are potential customers for the bank as well. They're potential, it's not like it couldn't benefit the bank for people to be good stewards of their finances.
Right.
Because they're good stewards of their finances, they might even bank with you.
Yeah, and it does happen.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a couple people, staff included, that are at the rescue mission now,
Uh-huh.
who, they've seen me go out and they've seen me do tours there, they've seen me at the events, they see me places that are like, oh, well, you were over here, and now you're over here, and I saw you over there, and what are you doing here? I'm like, well, I'm here to volunteer. We're sponsors. We're this. We're that. I'm here because I want to be here. I want to be engaged. And so it's a great benefit, because with us, with mechanics, especially like, even I'll just speak for myself. I'm one of those people where you'll see me out in the streets, and then you can see me at the branch. It's not like, oh, okay, I'm only going to these events and then you never see me again. It's like, no, you're going to see me wherever you go, because that is what it's supposed to be. Mechanics Bank, starting out as a community bank, still one of the largest community banks in all the West Coast now. The slogan is where relationships matter. That's what it is. It's really about relationships. It's really about what it is, where can I get you from where you're at to where you want to get to, or where you want to be. And so, yeah, it's getting to the plaque.
We've even seen glimpses of Mechanics Bank in our neighborhood these days, right?
Yeah.
It's coming up to the North Bay.
Yes.
So Bram, what is you talked about graduation? You're going to have your second graduation this year. You have a couple of graduations each year. Is that how you do it? Every 6 months, you kind of bring back everybody and say, we're graduating. What does graduation look like? What we use that term, and in missions we all think we understand what graduation means, but people in our communities often don't know what that means. What does it look like?
Well, first, graduation is a celebration that means you've passed our life transformation program. You've passed all your classes. You've phased up.
Yeah.
Every 4 months you're phasing up, and you have to complete a certain amount of your classes, be in good standing with your teachers, maintain your sobriety. Going through these phases, and after 12 months, you have completed all the phase ups. You're literally graduating from our program. Now, why the graduation is so important? I was telling Ruben, many of our students, because they're in classes, we call them students. This is the first time they've ever graduated. They might not have graduated from high school or college, or even done a phase up between 8th grade and 9th grade, right? So you're putting on a gown for the first time, your whole family's coming, you're celebrating success, and you're celebrating a lot of things. One, you're celebrating not being on the streets anymore, you're celebrating being sober, being free from any type of addiction, and moving forward in life. And when we talked about you come in, you burned every relationship, that's the full circle moment when your mom is there, they've been supporting you now, they're saying, I can't believe this is my son, I've never seen him look like this clean cut. Why is he hugging these other men? How does he know them? Oh, those are his roommates. Well, they're all different ages and different colors. They're all friends now, and they're living life together, and they've overcome, the stranger, my roommate, all that stuff that happened at the beginning.
Right.
They've learned how to live life together. They're happy. And that's their brotherhood. They become alumni. They support each other.
Nothing like 80 men living together, right?
Exactly. And this mom, she was sitting. She didn't know I was the CEO. I was sitting, kind of undercover boss next to her, and she goes, "My son is 22, and he has these. There's all these older guys, and they look like they're all friends. And they're in class together." And she goes, "I've never seen him smile like this. And he's so relaxed." And she was in tears. And saying, I think this is it. He'd never had direction before, and he didn't have motivation. And now, so the graduation is really important, and it's a time to celebrate and publicly say, like, I'm different now. I know I might have said that before and burned the bridge with you, or you couldn't take my word, but this is a public statement now that I'm different, and support me, give me another chance. And it's really beautiful.
Are there other elements, employment, housing, connections with a church or recovering community that are part of that graduation?
So along the way, as a part of that program, they're going to have to be a part of a Bible-believing community. And so our graduations move, the actual event moves to some of our partner churches.
Uh-huh.
And so our partner
we're
church,
familiar with that. Yeah.
Our partner church this year, probably them, is First Presbyterian Church of Richmond.
Oh yes,
Pastor Jim Wheeler.
Okay.
And they're strong partners, and that church has actually hired some of our graduates before to
wonderful.
work at the church. And there's several people that are graduates or alumni of our program now who are members of the congregation of that church.
Wonderful.
And so that celebration is happening there. It's wonderful because we're giving and they're giving, and it's a great partnership together.
Yep.
Of just coming around people. It does take a village to help somebody transform their life, and the village is not just maintained to the rescue mission. We don't have all the resources necessary. We're not hiring nurses and doctors and dentists, but we have all the connections, as I was talking to Ruben, legal assistance and all that, and also to church communities. We're not a church.
Right.
We have more church services than churches. We have every day and Sunday mornings, but we need to plug you in to a community, and it really works well.
So do you were talking about those connections. So do you have partnerships with hospitals or whatever, that they provide clinics there, or legal clinics, or all of those kinds of things?
All of the partners that we need. We're strong partners with several hospitals in the area, some local hospitals, Kaiser, and the county has I can't remember the name of it, but it's a big bus, a medical bus that has staff on it. They park in front of the mission.
Okay.
And they park in front of RIP, as
Okay.
well. And
Great.
so everything that somebody needs, we can convert.
Okay. Awesome. So people who have no relationships come to the mission, and what they leave with is healthy relationships. That's great. Awesome. Well, I don't know where we're at. Tamara, you tell us where we're at. Are we? Do we have a little bit more time? Awesome. What's next for you guys? What's happening with where you're at with currently? I know you've got some plans to do some remodels and some buildings or not buildings, but remodels of buildings that you're working on. What all is going on with you?
We have exciting plans, and they're not new.
Okay.
We're going to launch a thrift store.
Okay.
And we've visited several rescue missions to see best practices, including here at Redwood, and we're excited. We're still looking for a great location. And last week we had 105 750-pound bales of clothing. 105 of them. And we have no thrift store. As you can imagine, the size of one bale, and we had 105 of them. Thankfully, we have a partnership with Amazon, and Amazon will transport these for us for free. And so that's exciting for us. It's definitely not about making money at the thrift store, but we have so many graduates who would love to work at the Bay Area Rescue Mission. We don't have any positions for them, but it's a skill retail, and it's a part of our ministry.
Yeah. So. It's been a tremendous blessing for us to be able to open up 40 staff positions for people through the thrift ministry, and so many of our program members, our graduates are a part of that, and gives a new opportunity for another vocational training program. Commercial truck driving becomes a really significant one of those vocational training programs for people, and we have one of our men, John Sinkio, he didn't even have a license. He got a license while he was with us, went through our commercial truck driving program, and now he's a commercial truck driver. He works for a large logistics company in the area, and he is a driver. And for him, it's fulfillment for him. It was the most successful thing he'd ever done, completing our commercial truck driving program.
We have one student who also got his commercial license, and he failed it the first time because he could not back up, because he didn't have enough practice in a truck of that size to back up. So Pastor David, our VP of programs, rented a truck for a day, a large, and all he did was practice backing up.
There you go.
And then he passed.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of support we need to give people. We can't just say, well, you need to.
Yeah.
You have to be.
Well, figure it out. Yeah.
And do it with them.
Yeah.
Right? You don't just give them a checklist and go, this is what you need to do to get your life together. Do all these things.
Yeah.
Right. We really walk with them. So it's a thrift store. We've launched a mental health counseling hub.
Okay.
So we have an associate clinical supervisor, and we have a clinical supervisor, and we have 4 interns. We're partnering with Liberty University and Grand Canyon University.
Oh, wonderful.
And so we have double the amount of counselors than our entire county right now.
Wow.
So they only have 2. We have 5. And our max is 50 for the clinical supervisor. So we can start doing that. It's been a big help to our counseling hub is doing really well for our students. And if you know anything about the Bay Area Rescue Mission, we have a new Center for Women and Children, which is 114 beds. Beautiful facility. brand new, and it's serving women with children. And that's the only brand new building we have. All of the other buildings are from 1920. And so, as you can imagine, there's serious issues with those buildings from 1920.
I was there in 1989 when the earth shook a little bit, and those brick buildings almost fell down but didn't, and so we had to put big steel girders in them to keep them up.
Big red beams. And so, you know, part of our we'll launch a capital campaign next year, but we did secure some funding in a silent phase to remodel the flagship building where everyone comes to volunteer.
Right.
And so the 200 McDonald building we would love to renovate. That'll be a 7-month project. And that means everyone has to move around somewhere else while that project's taking place. And we had great success with our first sober living environment that we opened.
Okay.
10 men are thriving, and several donors are like, well, if it's working, why don't you open up another one? And we're like, well, we need funding. Like, well, we'll help you with that. So we're excited to open up more sober living environments and other creative social enterprise if it works. So we're excited about that as well. So.
Okay, awesome. That's good news. What do you see as Mechanics Bank's future with working with Bay Area Rescue Mission?
Well, I mean, more than anything, continuing to grow, continuing to be the partner that we want to be. I want to be that plaque partner. That's the thing that, you know, like I've told Bram before, is just being there and just being able to just support whatever the mission is, and being able to be there to either give the resources that are needed or to help out with whatever is needed. You know, it's just more than anything, it's just growing the relationship, to grow to where it's not just helping one mission, but it could be helping out other missions, or being able to at least get in contact with other missions to let them know that we're a resource for them as well. And that's definitely something that I've really appreciated, especially with Bram, in the last year that I've been with Mechanics, to be able to do all that. Because the more I'm able to walk with them and be able to help them out, it helps the community out.
Indeed. Well, my wife and I have such fond memories of being at Bay Area Rescue Mission, and it was where we had one infant child when we moved there, and our other 2 children were born there, and so it's really it holds a dear place in our hearts, and it was a bit of a sad day when we left Richmond to come to Santa Rosa, but we really knew that God's call was on us to come here, and we haven't, certainly haven't looked back, but we think of Richmond with great fondness, with all of the excitement that would happen
Jeff,
at Richmond.
in the time that you've done this now, have you shared your miracle story yet about your beautiful property?
Oh yes, yeah. I haven't shared in detail, but certainly have shared the absolute miracle of the grace of amazing donors that helped us to acquire a property that has opened up doors for us to be more effective in our ministry, to caring for families in need, and we're filling up our family campus, and just recently, because we had been given this wonderful gift to steward, and it really, it was a huge expansion for our ministry. We felt that we weren't going to be able to continue to do emergency shelter for women and children, just because the money didn't seem to match. And so we wrestled and wrestled and wrestled and wrestled, and the board of directors basically said, no, you're not going to solve your budget problems on the backs of homeless people. We're going to solve our budget problems and serve women and children in crisis right now. And so we reopened our women and children's shelter, and it's full today. So it's filled up. So we will. So we are operating our Rose Women and Children's Shelter in addition to our family campus, and on November 1st we're relaunching our winter shelter. So we're the nomadic shelter.
Wow, beautiful.
Yeah. So
and when are you all moving into the new facility?
We're in, and we've been in for some time. Yeah. So we've got, we expanded overall our ministry by 63 beds. So it overall we with all of the beds that we have about 200 beds overall that we have for our ministry.
That's firecrackers.
I hope so.
Fireworks. They're celebrating
So,
the
what
mission.
city are we in right now? Are we in Richmond?
In Richmond, we would have said, no, that's not firecrackers. Everybody down.
We would have had to move by now.
Yeah.
Those are definitely fireworks.
Yes.
In Richmond, oh yeah, that's a Mac 10. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Okay. Well, okay, there we are. Awesome. Okay. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
For coming all this way. My goodness. We could have Zoomed. Now you say that.
No, because I'm on the bench with you. And
Oh,
this
that's
counts
right.
That we did.
This is right, indeed. That's it. So next year, you're hosting.
You led the way. If
yeah.
Mechanics Bank sponsors the
Okay.
Rescue Mission, we might do it on the bench.
Okay.
Count us in now.
Okay,
Go ahead and put it
okay,
up. It's
okay.
recording, so
Okay, there we are.
We'll come to you.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much
Okay.
again. Thank you.
Blessings to you.
Thank you.
Blessings on your marathon, buddy.
Thank you.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Be strong, Jeff.
Okay. Tired. Hi, Evan.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for the chance to chat.
So, are you scheduled or extemporaneous?
I think I'm extemporaneous.
Okay. Well,
sure.
it's a wonderful extemporaneous. I'm glad you're here. This is Evan for all the thousands of people watching. So Brian's laughing because he's next, because the thousands of people are scaring him. I'll ask you the question I've asked a lot of people. What brought you to Redwood Gospel Mission?
Yeah, so it's a great question. I've been here now about a year through an interesting and circuitous route. I've definitely enjoyed the past year serving at, working with, getting to know the people at the mission, and getting an idea of what service to others is really about. My long and circuitous route started in Marin County growing up, and then going to the Midwest for medical training and running a medical practice. And did that for 20 plus years, and that brought a lot of fame and fortune, but fame and fortune also has a dark side. And the dark side to that fame and fortune was some unfortunate decisions on my part that resulted in criminal convictions. So I had gone as far as I could with successes and some failures. But the part that was most interesting to me was the fact that there wasn't the sense of fulfillment. The purpose-driven life and the sense of fulfillment didn't come from the acquisition of material wealth. It didn't come from being on radio and TV. It didn't come from running a program or running a practice. And so I found myself at about the age of 55 or so saying, if not here, then where? And how do I find fulfillment? And actually, I went back to the Bible, an ancient text that said, when you get to a point where you have tried everything and done everything, and acquired lots of things, and you still feel empty, that hole can only be filled with God, by God. And so I took the leap of faith to say, okay, the ancient texts say that by foot washing and serving others and dying to self and putting the needs of others before your own, that you may, with God's grace, find some redemption. So that long and circuitous route brought me to the gospel mission after being away from California and the Bay Area for 40 years. I joked that in 1980 when I left, Jerry Brown was governor, and when I came back 40 years later, Jerry Brown was governor. So I have really thoroughly enjoyed meeting the people at the mission, working with the people at the mission, practicing the concepts of dying to self, serving others, getting to know you and the people in the organization. And as I started to meet the people that we call guests, the homeless people on the street, the transition started for me when, instead of seeing nameless, faceless people in a crowd, when we give our devotions in the morning and our readings from the Bible, instead of nameless, faceless people that we all try to avoid and look the other way, instead, we start to develop relationships with people. And we appreciate community, and we learn their names, which is the first step, and we hear a little bit about their story, and we share a little bit about ours. And the more honest we can be about our story, the more honest they are about their story. And as we tell our stories back and forth to one another in the ancient tradition, and as we confess our sins to one another, we're healed.
Yeah, amen. So, speaking of relationships, obviously being here, you have. Let me ask you a question. Before you came here, what was the state of your relationships? Did you have healthy relationships with people? Do you have strong relationships with people? Supportive relationships with people?
Not as many and not as in-depth as I would like. There were many relationships. Some were transactional. Some were relationships of convenience. Some were driven by business ventures. But in terms of the type of relationship that Christ asks us to have, I had very few, if any, Christ-like relationships.
What are some of the most important relationships that you've developed since you've been here?
I think the opportunity to be a big brother to another individual is an important one. Having walked the journey, even if you're only a few steps ahead of the other person, you can tell them what's coming next down the path.
Right.
And that is so helpful to be a lamp and a light, whether it be our path or our feet. And we do that for another person. And if that person feels like they were helped, then the next person they meet, who's just behind them, they will say, come this way. This way is safe. And I think that's the message that we try to pass to one another.
Amen. You've been here for a little over a year, right? And there is a transition coming in your life that you won't be here forever. What does that look like? What's next for you?
So when I get the question of, well, what comes next after the mission? What do you want to do? Which is always, to me, a very loaded question.
Right.
Because what I want to do is to not have wants, needs, or desires in the same way that we are trained by society and our culture to have wants, needs, and desires. So I would like to be doing something faith-based, something that's Christ-centered, something that's in service to others, something that continues to build empathy and empathy training, not only in exercise but in the actual vocation. So whatever the Lord has next in store for me, it will be his decision, not mine.
Okay.
So when I came to the mission, or in the time before coming to the mission, my hands were firmly on the steering wheel at all times, driving the car, for better or for worse, sometimes into blind cul-de-sacs, occasionally getting to the right destination. But what I wanted to do with the last quarter, the fourth quarter of my life, was to move into the passenger seat, let God drive, and know that wherever he wants to go, it's going to be okay, and it's going to be the place where he wants me to be. So all I'm really asked to do when God opens the door, all I'm really asked to do is walk through it. And there's a great t-shirt I saw that said, until God opens that door, praise him in the hallway. And that's what I'm doing right now. So I'll sit tight and wait for 2 or 3 months, and I am certain, as I can be, that in 2 or 3 months he will point the way, and all I will have to do is just say yes.
Okay. And in the meantime, you'll praise him in the hallway.
In the hallway.
Okay, awesome. Well, that's wonderful. Volunteers that come to the mission, you have connections, a relationship with the volunteers. Is there something for the thousands of people watching, is there something that you could say to encourage them on the value of volunteer engagement at Redwood Gospel Mission?
Sure. You know, over the course of the year, I've met a lot of volunteers, and you can always recognize them because they have an absolutely petrified look on their face when they first come to the mission. They have absolutely no idea what is going to happen. There's a sense that they have that it must be good because it's been going on here for quite some time. And you can watch the transition from being petrified to seeing that it's okay, to seeing that it's fun, to seeing that it's worthwhile, to seeing that it has meaning. Mm-hmm. And from the first hour to the second hour to the third hour, a volunteer may come in having absolutely no idea what it is that they're going to be asked to do. And 2 or 3 hours later, be able to look at you in the face and say, this was really fun. Thank you for inviting me. I had no idea what this was going to entail, but not only did I have a good time, I'd like to come back and do it again, and I'm going to tell a few friends. And that's been my experience with almost every volunteer that walked up and said, how can I help? How can I serve?
Yeah. What are some of those opportunities that you can enumerate that might be opportunities for people who are watching?
I mean, one of the basic ones is serving food. Is getting behind the line and taking a plate and putting 4 different items on it and serving people who otherwise probably at no other point during their day have they been served or will they be served by another person.
Give us a snapshot of what that looks like. What is the environment look like in that evening meal service? What do we do that may be a little different than what people might think?
So I think probably the biggest difference is that the people that come to be fed are treated with respect and dignity. It's not an assembly line. It's not let's just get you in and get you out. It's eye contact. It's hopefully learning their name. It's asking them what they would like rather than telling them what they were going to get. It's serving them as they're seated at a table. It's filling their water glass. It's clearing their dishes. It's making them feel for at least 15 minutes of that day, if not 15 minutes of their life, as if they're cared for and that their needs are important and that somebody's going to be looking out for them at least during this meal, and set the stage for them to understand that there is a life out there that could be like this if they want to accept some basic general principles. Mm-hmm. And those are the principles of the mission.
Okay, awesome. I think it's not uncommon for people to be surprised when they walk into our dining room to see people seated with tablecloths and the the place settings that look like a restaurant rather than look like a chow hall,
Right.
and are taken back by it because there's that expectation that most have that it's a soup line, and it's anything but a soup line, right?
Right. The way that I've noticed that is that no matter if somebody's having drug addiction, mental illness, financial issues, homelessness, when they finish the meal and their plate is cleared, before they leave, they may not have said anything all day long to anybody, but they stop and say thank you, and they make eye contact and they say, no, thank you very, very much for this meal.
Wow.
And they mean it.
Wow.
They
Yeah.
mean it.
Yeah, that's what we've experienced, because it's, yeah, people experience real gratitude. Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's been a
Appreciate
pleasure.
you coming by.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Jeff,
Brian.
how are you?
I'm blessed. How are you?
I am more
You-
blessed than I deserve.
You've been waiting in the green room.
Yeah, I have.
For a minute or two.
Well, Evan has to get up early and I'm retired. So I gave him my spot.
Okay. Well, so glad that you are here.
Yeah, me as well.
You are an incredible blessing to me, to Redwood Gospel Mission, and certainly to the men who are here. Tell us a little bit about your story. How did you get involved with Redwood Gospel Mission?
Well, Jeff, what it was golly, about 20 years ago. I did a Cresceo weekend, kind of a 3-day walk with the Holy Spirit.
Okay.
Pretty exciting. And I came out supercharged and ready to serve. Okay, after being in the food service my entire life, service is my second nature, so it was going to happen. And I looked up the Redwood Gospel Mission because I think it was Brian Bush had made his weekend on a weekend that I worked. And he spoke about the mission and the possibilities. And I got, okay, I'm headed down. And then I was invited to a banquet. I attended the banquet and I had the opportunity to sign up, and I did. And so for 20 years approximately, I volunteered for the banquets. And then when I retired, I had the time, and so I volunteered to come to the mission here and love the guys, because that's what I do.
Yeah.
I just love them.
In your experience, as you've developed a relationship with men, both guests and New Life program, what are some of the common denominators that you've seen in the men who come to us? Obviously, aside from some of the people struggling with addiction, etc. What are some of the kind of what are some common things that you've seen from men that you've been able to help address?
Well, let me point out that in 45 years in food service, everybody I ever hired was one of these guys. And then I came to realize that I'm one of these guys too. And through my experience in food service, long hours, heavy pressure, a lot of drinking, turned into a lot of other stuff, and it just continued. Sure, I grew up in the 70s. I was just partying until it wasn't a party anymore. And then, of course, it's a physically demanding business. Body parts start to wear out and such. I just got 2 new hips, and it's messing with my neck right now, and that's why I'm bouncing around like this a little bit, but we'll get that taken care of. And so throughout my career, this is my family. These are the guys. I have never been able to figure out how to say it exactly, but this is my pool of people. Drug addicts, alcoholics, and such, because the business is such that, and I was caught up in that thing too. And when I got free, when Jesus came to me and said, I will not share my Cresceo weekend through half of a man, It was a dark morning in my garage. I got it. And then he held his hand out to me, and I took his hand, and I got well. And I need to share that message because it was difficult. It was hard, one of the hardest things I've ever done. But golly, with Jesus' help, I was able to do it. And so I need to tell these fellas that there's a hope, that surrender does not mean giving up, that surrender means freedom. And I need to show them the path because I found it. And when you trailblaze something, doggone it, you want to share it.
Right, yeah, yeah, yeah. You've developed some relationships. You've
yeah,
20 years. You've got, and some of those relationships have brought heartbreak, and some of those relationships have brought lasting joy. Share some of your most meaningful relationships that you've had with men here.
Yeah, well, my guys, well, Todd Springfield, he didn't quite graduate, but we're in contact all the time. Wayne Murray, of course. The coffee, he and I we still talk on a daily basis. Not a daily, weekly basis. Mark Taryn, fabulous relationship with him. It's okay to feel. And so many men are afraid to feel. We were raised by our dads. Don't feel that, don't cry, don't do this, don't do that. Well, that's bondage.
Yep.
That's not freedom.
Yep.
And so with these relationships, these guys come out of that shell. They come out of the fear. They come out of hiding. And they learn to love. And once you can learn to love, in my opinion, okay, you can learn to be free.
Yeah.
Because you let go. And I hate cliches, but you let go and you let God. It's so true.
Yeah.
You know, once you can actually do that, man, you've made it miles.
And I know that without those relationships, those sorry.
No, don't. It's just this neck.
Yeah,
It's C4, 5, 6, and T1.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gonna get a shot on the 22nd.
Okay. I know that without those relationships you're talking about, the men would still be cycling through what they were before. The guys that you mentioned are all dear to me as well, and the crucial, healthy, honest relationships that have been developed with you and with others like you have been transformational in their lives, and you know that.
And I hope everybody knows in mine too. Because in that first year, you know, of being a coach, being a volunteer coach, I taught classes and I coached 3 days a week. And I would come in and, oh, he left last night. And that comes back to that heartbreak we talked about, you mentioned.
Yeah.
And you have to kind of get used to that. It's not personal.
Yeah.
It's not personal. And when that person comes back, Jesus brought him back.
Yeah.
I have to let go and let Jesus.
Yeah.
I can't fix it.
Yeah.
You know, can I show my shirt?
Sure. Amen. Amen.
When I saw that
Yeah.
saying, I just loved it. It was like, I can't, but I know a guy.
I know a guy. Amen.
And that's kind of what it's like here.
Yeah.
You just come in and witness.
Yeah.
The training is simply listening. And learning to listen's been hard for me. I've always been in charge. I'm a ramrod. I get the job done. Get out of my way. It's been a very big lesson for me to learn to listen. Everybody has a story, not just me.
Yeah.
Mine's not the worst on the planet.
So I've said this, and the people who are listening, who have been on for a long time, have heard this multiple times from me. But you know, the mission statement of the mission is that in the grace and power of Jesus Christ, we mobilize our community to minister to people in need, so that lives are transformed. But we don't say whose lives are transformed. And you know, and you said it, not just the lives of the men that you're serving, but your life as well.
It has blessed my life tenfold.
If you can say that again loud on the mic.
Oh, it has blessed my life tenfold.
Yeah.
It has made every day going to work for Jesus. I never had a job like that before.
Yeah.
It's not a job.
So and you could say that for anybody that would want to be doing that. It's a tenfold blessing to be able to give it away, and people don't fully comprehend what that blessing is, how transformational it is to be able to love people in the way that you're getting to love them.
Well, you know, Jeff, when I was in my active addiction, I went to NA because my bottom was a pretty high bottom. My wife left me, and I woke up. It was like, oh my goodness, I can't have this. I've got to get my life back together. So I went to NA and joined in. I started making coffee. I went for 3 years to the NA meetings, and I dearly loved it. In there, you find broken people that are trying to get better, but they're sick and tired of being called broken.
Yeah.
They're sick and tired of being kicked to the curb,
Yeah.
passed by,
Yeah.
walked over.
Yeah.
Sick of it.
Yeah.
And that keeps them in that fear.
Yeah.
In here, it's an open forum. We can speak, we can talk, you can say what you want to me. It's okay. You know, I'm here to listen. I'm here to love you. That's my foremost reason I'm here, is to love you. And if other people are interested in sharing their hearts with men, this is the place to do it. I have been a volunteer for many years, but seriously for 5 years in the coaching end of it and the teaching end of it, and I've been treated like family every step of the way.
Yep.
There's no stress, there's no pressure, and it's not like you're pressed. Come when you can. Love.
Yep. You've said it multiple times, but
Yeah,
I'll let you say it for these folks. No. What would you say to somebody who's listening about if they're fearful or on the fence about coming and volunteering here? What would you say to them?
I guess I would have to say what convinced me was simply everybody has a story, and by participating and sharing yours, a lot of times you find out yours isn't half bad, you know, and then you get the opportunity to help a person through a hard time. A hug, maybe, loan him a handkerchief. What does it take? A smile. Remember his name. That's fun. You know, and because you're doing it not for yourself. This world's all about self and dollars and idols and all that. Get away from that. Come and be free. Share your heart and be free. That's what I'd say. I sound like a shill, but I'm not. I'm not. Come and share your heart and be free.
Yeah.
I mean
you sound like you're so big, but there's no monetary value in this. I'm telling you. Yeah. No, praise God.
There's so much heart value in it, though.
Yep.
And that's what it's about. You know, I've had my moments. I've gone to a funeral. It broke my heart.
Yeah.
I talked to him one day. The next day, he wasn't around. Yeah, that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah.
But it's reality.
Yeah.
And it's what the people deal with out here every single day.
Yeah.
You know?
We don't. We've had too many of those heartbreaks, but by God's grace, we get to see healing and transformation as well.
Yeah, I live in Roner Park, so I go down to the thrift store.
Okay.
Occasionally, probably every other week or so. I'm always looking for good shorts or a good hoodie or whatever, and I stop in the back and I see Frankie and Mark and
wonderful.
all the guys, and it's
Yeah.
it's wonderful.
Yeah.
They've come back into our community.
Right.
And they're working.
Yep.
They're doing their job. You know, Mark calls me when he needs me, and I'm there. You
Okay.
betcha.
Awesome.
And so on. So it's what I would say is just allow yourself this.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna kick you out because we hit the 14:30 mark.
Okay.
And we're gonna I think we're gonna bring another guy in, maybe.
Happy over here.
Yeah.
Jeff.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Thank you.
And
Thank you for sharing.
You bet. I hope I didn't say too much.
Oh, you said everything you said was perfect.
My wife says I never shut up.
Please don't. Hello.
Hello.
Bienvenue. ¿Qué es esto?
I have cappuccino with oat milk for you. Fresh from the Redwood Gospel Cafe.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
Wow.
You must know somebody.
I do. I know Jesus.
Yeah, you do. Oh, wait. We got to Brian lift up his shirt. Brian, lift up your sweater again. Yeah, lift up your sweater.
I can't, but I know a guy. I can't.
I love that.
Praise God.
Yeah. Hi, Wayne.
Hi. I'm supposed to talk into this.
Yeah. This is Wayne Murray.
Hello.
And
hello.
Wayne is a dear friend. And tell us your connection with Redwood Gospel Mission. What's your involvement with Redwood Gospel Mission?
Currently, I am employed by Redwood Gospel Mission making coffee.
Really?
Yes,
Wow. How
yes,
about that?
Yes. And I am a graduate of the New Life program.
New Life?
I spent 353 nights on this in this building right here.
Okay. In a house full of 80 men.
Yes.
So you serve in our Redwood Gospel Coffee Ministry. You are the manager and head barista and trainer, right? You are
Yes.
a barista trainer for men on the New Life program who are participating in the coffee certification program.
Yeah.
And so how long have you been doing the coffee gig?
A little over a year.
Okay.
June was a year.
Okay.
We've had 4 men come through.
Okay.
And get certified.
Okay. Awesome. Tell us about Redwood Gospel Coffee.
Redwood Gospel Coffee is delicious, and there are many reasons for that. We source it from Ethiopia and Colombia, fair trade. I
Okay.
believe.
Yeah.
Organic.
Yeah.
Picked by hand, so all the beans are just ready and just ripe. So we start with a good coffee, and we don't need to add a lot of sugar, so it's a healthier coffee than what you would find.
So it's a lighter roast and sweeter coffee.
Yes.
And people who know coffee, right? They know Redwood Gospel Coffee is a quality product. It's a specialty coffee.
Yes.
So, but tell us about what you do at tell us about our cafe and because you've gone through the whole gamut of it when you started before we had a cafe, right?
Yes. I started learning, started training. The room opened up. We gathered together and we had a vision. And I remember the walls being built, the paint going on, and my first day in the new space, sitting there with a pallet of chairs and tables, screwing them together. And since then, we've added a few pieces of furniture.
Right.
Yes.
Not the least of which is two beautiful redwood bars that we have that are there that are just absolutely gorgeous laminated pieces of wood. So what do you do with the men on the New Life program? What do you do in terms of the training that you provide?
I run them through the training that Max, who taught me how to make coffee, I run them through the training that he ran me through. And so they start by just learning the basics about coffee, how to grind it, how to operate a espresso machine, how to pour the perfect shots, what time it takes for a shot to brew, and at the end they're running the cafe on their own and making latte art.
Okay, awesome. Well, Art, where's the coffee shop located?
1821 Piner Road.
I've heard of that address. Is there anything else that happens at 1821 Piner?
There is a beautiful thrift store,
Okay.
fully stocked, and we get people that wander over from the thrift store and find our coffee and hang out there.
So you're in the so you're in the same building as the thrift store.
Yes.
And you're down currently down at the end of the building.
Yes.
So it's a bit of a walk from the thrift store door to your door, but it's a well worth it walk. You're open from when to when?
7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday.
Okay. And who comes to the store?
We get a variety of people from hardworking people, contractors, to mothers and children and families, and that just the full gamut of people. Some believers, some not. We get people from Redwood Gospel Mission, volunteers that come in that are working with the men in the program, doing coaching and mentoring and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. And do we do anything else at that site?
Oh, let's see. Good question.
You're also involved out beyond the mission because you are in recovery, and you have helped to start a group that meets. Do they meet? Well, they meet there or they're adjacent, right?
Yes, and they started there, and they enjoy it there. But the group that started got so big, with more people and more people coming in, that we outgrew the cafe.
Wow.
Yes, and we're still that group is skyrocketing still, and I can see God working in that group, and it's beautiful.
And so the group is meeting next door to the cafe now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But still in our building.
Yes. Yes.
And so you've been deeply involved with the 12-step community.
Yes.
You're deeply involved in the church community.
Yes, 2 churches.
And so tell us a little bit about your story coming to Redwood Gospel Mission. How did you come to the mission?
I came in when I needed to come in. There was no other plan. This was God's plan now, and I was at a low point health-wise. I had reached a bottom where I had serious health problems, and I was looking to get into recovery, and I applied for housing down at the Richmond Mission, and they were full.
Okay.
And I've always had a relationship with God, but I was angry at Him, and my mother was given the phone number to the Redwood Gospel Mission up here in Santa Rosa, and made a phone call and came here from the hospital, and it's where I found Jesus, and I imagine that we had quite a conversation that first night that I was in the hospital, and when I was in the hospital, he said, "Wayne, when you get well, I want you to go work and help the homeless." I said, "That sounds like a great idea," not knowing that 2 days later my mother would be given the phone number to the Santa Rosa Redwood Gospel Mission.
How about that?
And yes.
So you came here, but you came in a challenging time. We were still in the throes of COVID, and so you came in a time where you were still dealing with health issues. You were both in recovery and in recovery, right?
Yes.
So you spent a lot of time trying overcoming some of the things that had brought you in here in the first place physically.
Yes.
And so with perseverance, you got physically well. With
Yes.
perseverance, you got spiritually well.
Yes. transformed.
And you developed some relationships along the way.
Huge community relationships.
So tell me about some of those key important relationships that you developed.
I found a sponsor and a second sponsor and a third sponsor. And I went to 7 churches in my first 30 days here, and found a church, and moved when I started working, moved to another church, and then when I started doing sound, moved to another church, and I'm still plugged in with all 3 of those churches. So I have community in 3 churches, strong community in 3 churches. And then I do 2 AA home groups, so that's community there. I have community in work here and part-time work at another drug treatment program.
How important is community to you?
It's huge for me because I was alone. I was a bachelor for many, many years, and I built walls around me because I had trust issues, and I started taking those walls down, and still work on them. But that's the transformation is being able to sit and talk with people like we are here, you know?
Yeah. Well, praise God. Well, I think are we yeah, my next person is here. I'm so glad you're here, not just because you brought me marvelous Redwood Gospel coffee. One of our friends is doing this because we have 60 missions that are doing this all at one time, and he said, man, they just keep bringing me coffee and coffee. This is like only the second cup of coffee I've had all day long. So thank you, and you're my hero, Wayne. I'm just so delighted that you're on our team. So delighted that you could come here and share your story with the thousands of people watching us. So.
Couldn't do it without Jesus.
Okay. Glory to God. Yep. Okay, Anthony, you're up.
Okay, great. Hi, Jeff.
Hi, Dr. Lim. How are you?
Anthony, how are you?
I'm blessed.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
So this is
cool.
Anthony, my goodness, tell us a little bit about your connection with Redwood Gospel Mission. I got to hear your story just a couple of days ago. So
yeah, well, it's been quite a wild ride. Up until August of this year, the most involvement I had with Redwood Gospel was serving Thanksgiving one time since 2010, which is when my wife and I moved here.
Okay.
We came to Santa Rosa because I started the family medicine residency. And we always had heard good things about Redwood Gospel and loved the work, and so we donated every year, and that was it. And then our family went on a missions trip to Kenya. This summer. With our church, Presbyterian Church of the Roses.
Yep.
And it was a team of 19 of us, including our 2 kids, Joshua and Julia, 17 and 13, and our good friends' kids, Caitlin, who is 15, and Christopher, who is Joshua's age. We served at a children's home, By Grace. And By Grace has been around since early 2000s, taking kids off the streets and giving them an education.
Wow.
And basically transforming lives in the power of Christ.
Wow.
And every day that I was there, I think I cried almost every day because I was just so moved. And I told Jean, I remember we were on a bus ride, and I said, I can't lose this. Like, I feel so moved, and I don't want it to fade when I get back. Like this has to be channeled somewhere. And she said, well, what about Redwood Gospel? Because I told her I want to be at an organization that is Christ-centered, and I want to be in a place that is transforming lives. And so I looked up Redwood Gospel while I was in Kenya, and saw all the volunteer opportunities. And the first thing I did when I got back here was I filled out an application. And then a couple weeks later, and then I started shadowing Mary, one of the teachers here, who I happened to share at a group called Smoothing Stones, which is all about facilitating dialogue across various political issues. When I mentioned what my Kenya trip and Redwood Gospel, she's like, I'm a teacher there. And so I started following her. And next thing I knew, I talked to Tina. And for the last 3 weeks, I've officially been teaching in the Thursday spot. And when I talked to Tina, I also said I'm interested because I have an interdisciplinary background in law, in medicine, and business. And so I said I like to kind of get a sense of like the other aspects of the organization. And she said, well, we have a chaplain training program coming up. And that same day I called Rod. We had lunch. Rod is the senior chaplain. And sent in my application. I just had the first, where I saw you in person for the first time, the first chaplain training program session this Tuesday. And that doesn't even include all the times I've just been drawn here like a moth to light for the 6 p.m. chapel services or the 6:15 a.m.
devotionals.
Devotionals, or the dinners. It's been wonderful.
Wow, amazing. So you've been in this community a long time. You've seen you've experienced some of the challenges that this community has. What do you know about homelessness in this community? What had you experienced before in seeing people who are homeless in this community, and how did that impact you, and what were your thoughts about it?
Yeah, my most deep work with homelessness was during med school when I did an Albert Schweitzer fellowship, and it was in Boston.
Wow.
And I was at the Barbara McGinnis home leading support groups for people in sort of rehab who are homeless. And that was a really powerful experience because I think it just brought to light that we're more similar than different.
Right.
That was sort of an aha moment. But I've seen, I think during my residency training here was when I had the most contact in Santa Rosa with homeless, and I just saw the significant toll that drugs and addiction and mental illness and lack of support, like that, these multiple factors coming together. Anyone who says I think that there's one thing, I think is kind of missing.
Right.
It really does seem like there are numerous things that contribute.
So I often say there's one thing, but that one thing is caused by multiple things. I say that one thing is broken relationships. But those broken relationships happen because sometimes people are abusive, sometimes people are abused.
Yeah.
Sometimes people have lost a loved one.
Yes.
I mean that has caused deep depression. I've had friends that, because of a loss of spouse, spiraled, because of a death or a divorce, had spiraled into despair.
Right.
Mental illness within families cause isolation and brokenness. But people who have no place to go because they have no place to go.
Yeah.
Because those families have not been there, in their time of need for whatever reason.
Right.
And so they end up coming to a place like Redwood Gospel Mission, or just find themselves staying in a homeless situation, camping out, living under the bridge in survival mode.
Yeah.
Because they have. So
That's a good way of putting it. I just started reading When Helping Hurts.
Ah.
And I really like the way, what's the author's name?
Brian Fickert.
Fickert.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fickert, and there's one other.
Yeah, I
But
know
I
his
like
name.
the way he
Yeah.
put it. And I agree with you as you put it there. It's a relationship with God, relationship with others, relationship with creation.
Yeah.
And relationship with self.
With self, yeah.
And these 4 relationships, you see the dysfunctionalities
Yeah.
play out in different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for us, it's fundamental. It's our fundamental understanding of what's broken with all of us is a broken relationship with God, self, others, and all of creation.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
And God's healing comes with all of that. So, well, we're delighted you're here. What are some of the, because we're transparent here. What are some of the challenges that you have already experienced in being here and work in doing some of the volunteer work with the guys?
Well, one of the highlights has been the word you just used is transparency.
Yeah.
I just taught this afternoon, and I told I'm teaching in the New Life program, so that's the recovery program, and I shared with the guys there that I love that I can just bring all of myself to this work. And so I'm going to be honest with you guys, my heart is broken today. And so do any of you know why? And one of the guys said, we lost some brothers. I said, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I am invested in you guys now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a separation.
Yeah.
I don't go home and check out, and then I it's personal for me.
Yeah.
And so one of the guys who I'd already gotten to know these last few weeks, he relapsed and started using again. And that's he's not the first since I've just in these couple of months. And that's hard.
Yeah.
That's a challenge.
Yeah.
But it's also incredibly motivating for me because there's the guys who are still here, and there's the hope for the ones who have relapse. That's they'll come back and find their way.
Yep.
So that's one big challenge. And then there are the smaller ones, just guys who you see are not. You can tell they're not necessarily giving their all to the program.
Yeah.
Right.
Surrender is hard.
Surrender is hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's for, and I get it.
For all of us, yeah.
Yeah, but I just appreciate that we can kind of bring all of ourselves and share in both the successes and the challenges, and I think there's a real potential for some real brotherhood.
Yeah.
At least here at the mission.
For others who would maybe be on the fence but might consider volunteering at a place like this, that they have some little trepidation about it, what would you share with people who might be a little afraid to come here and volunteer? What might you share?
I found it really helpful to just shadow.
Right.
I was a little nervous of just jumping right in and taking on a class.
Sure.
But after just a couple of times, even after the first time shadowing with Mary, it just felt like a hand and glove fit, to be honest.
Okay.
And every time I've come since, it's just felt more and more right. So I think people who are nervous just come check it out, no pressure, and then let the Lord take care of the rest.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, obviously you've given quite a bit of time. You've been here, but you also continue to have your practice, right?
Yeah. Yes. I serve as the medical director of a program called the McDougall program.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's a lifestyle program. In fact, I brought you. I figure you might be.
Oh,
I brought you a healthy snack.
Very good.
Yes.
Very good.
A tangerine.
Thank you. Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's from San Francisco. We were
Wow.
just there yesterday visiting. And I, you know, I love, for the last 10 years, I've focused in what's called lifestyle medicine, which is looking at how to address chronic health. So I've seen my own miracles in health.
Yeah.
Reversal of diabetes, reversal of high blood pressure, reversal of heart disease, and the power of something simple like this, or beans, or brown rice, or broccoli is more than I was ever taught in med school.
Right.
So I focus a lot in movement, nutrition, stress, sleep, spirituality, and connection, and approaching chronic illness from these pillars, with medications and procedures being the backup, not bad, just the backup.
Yeah.
And it's amazing what the human body does when you give it the right ingredients.
I doubt any of those things could be really beneficial for the people that we serve.
No.
No.
It's only for the well-to-do. That's why I was joking with the guys today. I'm like, you guys may regret the day that I started volunteering, because I basically I'm sharing with them already principles of good health.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not complicated.
There may be a whole class in that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. In fact, Tina, the volunteer, she remembers me because I gave a lecture at Spring Hills.
Okay. And we actually, at our family campus, we have somebody who actually is doing something around that. We have a dietitian who does nutrition classes for us at the women's campus. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd be fascinated.
Yeah.
I'd be really interested to come.
Yeah.
Come sit in. That's good.
So we'll have you do that. Yeah.
That's good to know. Well, I just want to say I've been very impressed with the quality of the food here.
Oh, good.
Lots of vegetables, lots of fruits.
So my little contribution to this ministry, I've been here for 30 years, and I can only count one thing that I really said, this is my contribution. Everything else is just somebody else contributed, I just took credit for it. But my one contribution is that when I came here, I said every lunch and dinner, we have to have a fruit salad and a green salad. We have to have that. Every lunch and dinner, we have to have that. Now, what I didn't say is, every lunch and dinner, I will make sure that I eat a fruit salad and a green salad.
Well, you get a high five for that, because I've noticed that.
That's my one contribution.
Well, I've noticed that all the dinners I've had have had a fruit salad, a green salad, and steamed vegetables.
Steamed vegetables, yes.
And they're not so sopped in oil and butter.
Yeah.
It's just pure steamed vegetables.
Yeah.
So I've been like a kid in a candy store.
Oh, good.
That's the number one rule. There's number one rule of healthy eating is eat real food.
So yeah, so for McDougal people, kid in candy store probably is. Well, thank you. God bless you.
God bless you,
So
Jeff.
glad you're with us.
Yeah. It's an honor and a blessing.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right.
Hi, Shannon.
Hi, Jeff. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My coworker Christina invited me to come and sit and chat with you.
Okay.
We both work for COTS, and
Uh-huh.
I'm not really authorized to speak on behalf of of our organization. That's really executive leadership that gets to do that. But
Okay. Well, that's too bad, because we love COTS.
Yeah.
And I certainly don't want to put you on the spot, but can you share a little bit about for the folks that are watching? This is let me give
I
you.
can talk about what I do at COTS.
Okay, let me tell you what this is.
Okay.
So today, I don't know if you know, today is National Homeless Awareness Day, which is a made-up thing, but we think it's an important made-up thing, so we thought we would take advantage of it by putting me on a bench for 24 hours, which makes a lot of sense, right? Well, why do we do that? But we are joining with 60 other organizations that are part of our network of ministries called Citygate Network. So we have an association of 320 like missions and ministries around the country. And so 60 of our friends are doing the same thing that we're doing. Because why? Because we thought we'd sit up for 24 hours. But we were delighted to invite COTS to come because we want to feature you and honor you in what you guys do. Because we're not certainly in competition. We hope that we are in partnership with one another in serving our neighbors, our friends who are struggling with housing, struggling with homelessness, and struggling with life.
I feel like COTS sees that as well. There's times when we've got clients that are in need of the Redwood Gospel Mission specifically. And I think there may be folks that need to be, we can share this work. It's important work that we do.
Yeah. So one of the things that, one of the sort of gaps in services, I'll call it gaps in services, that we have found that we have filled over the years is what we would call true emergency shelter, in the sense that if a person needs a place to stay, they can come here today rather than be on any kind of waiting list to get in, because we don't feel that, that emergency shelter is something that that you can wait for. At the same time, because of that creates a limitation for us on how long we can serve that individual, but with the idea that as they are here with us and they've applied to whether it's Catholic Charities or Mary Isaac, that there can be an opportunity for them while they're waiting for a bed to open there, they can be here so that they can take the next step to get into a COTS facility. At the same time, we also offer certain types of programs, like our New Life program, that are specifically designed for people with life-controlling issues that some other organizations aren't able to offer.
Right. I know that many of the other organizations around here, because the kind of funding they receive, they cannot have any kind of religious messaging, and that's one of the most beautiful things about what the mission gets to do.
It's kind of our middle name, huh?
Right?
So
it really is.
So with that side, yeah, kind of our middle name.
It really is. It's a beautiful thing. I first learned about some of the extraordinary things that you do when I was volunteering at St. Vincent de Paul, serving food over there. So we had a lot of the folks that you guys were housing were coming down and grabbing more food down that way. And then the church that I raised my children in, New Vintage Church.
Okay. Yep.
They participated in the first round of the nomadic shelter.
Yes.
And so
still do, by the way.
Yes, they do.
Yes, yeah.
And one of the things I really loved was participating in that. And because of my children and I, we have this familiarity with serving this population and just showing up and being a human being for other human beings, and being real and just authentic. We were able to help. Some of our church members were a little nervous in the beginning, like they wanted to do it, but they, their interactions with the homeless, the community of folks who are unsheltered, they just were not familiar with it. There were a lot of fears, a lot of misnomers, and I think many of them were very surprised at that the folks that were coming in were elderly and disabled, that they were not the kind of stereotypes of who they thought might be homeless.
Right.
And it was a beautiful thing just to watch members of the congregation develop relationships and look for the same folks. Are they going to come back next month? Do I get to talk to them again?
So you brought something up that that develop relationships. So our root philosophy is that people who are, I don't, I'll, without getting too deep into the weeds, we tend to say homeless instead of unhoused, only because people can be housed but still be alone. But people who are in a home are in a healthy, loving, supportive environment. There's a difference between a house and a home. And we feel that homelessness at its very, very root is about relationships. The people who have no place to go have no place to go because they have no place to go. They have no family, no friends, no loved ones to turn to in a time of crisis for whatever reason. Sometimes because people are abusive.
Right.
Sometimes because people are abused. Sometimes people are abandoned or neglected or rejected for whatever reasons, and they become isolated and alone and homeless. Attempts are made by people in our unsheltered world to be, to create community through camps, etc. And sometimes there's some support there, but oftentimes there's a lot of danger there as well. But we really think that if relationships, broken relationships, are a cause, and what that it's not a root cause, but it's because there are root causes that cause those broken relationships. But then, as we address those root causes, new or renewed relationships become the solution. So we are relationship oriented, which is why we love Nomadic Shelter, because it creates relationships, and we get to see the outcome of that through folks who are saying, that's my church. We're going to my church. And those relationships get developed, and we see people who go on to live healthy, productive lives through the relationships that are built at those churches. So that's kind of our philosophy.
I just think it's a beautiful thing. I have a lot of pictures of my children when they were younger helping out with the Nomadic Shelter, pictures with the folks that we would serve lunch to, and then we would see at our church. And we were so excited when they would come to our church, and we would get to greet them and offer radical hospitality.
Yay! Our favorite words, radical hospitality. So we are now we're beginning our 11th season of Nomadic Shelter. This is we're excited about that. Our 11th season. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. We almost didn't do it because we got the new campus, the former SAY campus. We're blessed. We're excited. This is a great opportunity for us to be able to provide long-term recovery ministry for women and families, and we're excited about the growth of that ministry and what we're seeing happen already. But because of that, because it is so big and so costly to operate, etc., we were fearful that we would have to cut back on some of the other things we were doing, and so we were contemplating two things. One, permanently closing the Rose, which has been a pretty significant emergency shelter, and closing the Nomadic Shelter, just because there's those between those two, the hundreds of thousands of dollars cost of those. Our board of directors said, nope, you're not going to solve your budget problem on the back of homeless people. And that was one thing they said. And the other thing they said is, God will provide. And so, in faith, we're taking a step that we reopened the Rose, and so it's now full. So we're excited about that. And November 1st, we're starting a month later than kind of normal, but we're November 1st we're reopening Nomadic Shelter. Yeah. So what do you do at COTS?
So I'm the official title is I'm a senior programs administrator.
Okay.
So a lot of what I do is overseeing the policies and the procedures for what we do to make sure we're in alignment with what our funding sources ask of us. And our biggest, well, not the biggest, but one of the kind of the heaviest lifts for us was when we began to integrate using Medi-Cal to help
Right.
fund some of the solutions to helping folks
Mhm.
with housing navigation and getting a housing deposit,
Mhm.
and then unlearning all of the things that help them to be successfully unhoused so that they could learn how to be housed, right?
Yeah,
Because
right.
the way you treat your property, the way you treat your neighbors, the way you interact with law enforcement, the way you handle your possessions and the way you spend your time is exactly the opposite when you have a home and a door to close.
Right.
And
Wow.
learning what to do with your time and where do you get that social experience where you have people who you could depend on and help you out. Like, how do you fill that? How do you manage the isolation? How do you remember and understand your rights and responsibilities as a person who's renting a place and responsible for for a lease and things like that. So those are some things that we do. We also are using that service to help folks navigate chronic medical issues so
Right.
they can be healthier,
Right.
because housing and health, as we know, goes hand in hand.
So we also have dipped our toes into the Cal-AIM waters, and certainly recognize that there are the things that we are already doing can get reimbursed for
Yeah.
for what we are doing.
I think I spoke to Christian about
Yeah,
that.
yeah, and so he was our champion for all of that. Uh, I know. So again, I just so you know, we love cots, and um, I have loved cots for a long, long time, and I have been so encouraged by the approach that COTS has taken to really truly care, not just about people being housed, but about people being ready to be housed, about housing readiness. And I heard that was a term that really what was central to a lot of what the COTS was doing was really being about housing readiness. And even when funding sources pressed for something other than that, there was I felt a boldness to say, no, we really want to continue to be about helping people not just get housing, but to maintain housing and to be healthy as they're housed. So it's just we're big fans in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
with COTS.
I enjoyed my conversations with Christian about that. And, I recently, about a year ago, moved back up to Santa Rosa. I was down in Petaluma for several years. And I've been thinking about my own personal life experiences that have kind of changed my faith, my walk, my engagement with the community on a personal level and volunteering. I'm not really doing any of that right now. And I've always been drawn to the work that the mission does. I would say about 15 years ago, it was my dream to come and work here.
Oh, wow.
I had young kids at the time as a single mom, and there was almost a position that could sustain us. It was almost there. It was close, but I couldn't do it. I almost got to come in and make that
we've been a lot of almost, because
Yeah.
mission pay. We're always just that much short of
Yeah.
being able to sustain.
Yeah, we really wanted to do that.
You've had personal life experiences. How have your personal experiences informed how you approach program management for COTS, and how does it affect you in terms of the types of services that you want to provide to people and helping them to be successful?
In 2020, I was living in Petaluma, and I had 3 teenagers. Well, one was an adult and living semi on his own, but my middle child was a senior in high school. And things were chaotic during the pandemic, and teenagers sometimes engage in things that are dangerous and scary. And a lot of the kids were taking risks. A lot of risks that were less supervised, because school was, all the eyes that are on kids when they're at school wasn't there. I was still working full time.
Right.
So there was a lot of unstructured time. And my son, his name was Josh, a lot of those kids were starting to experiment with some dangerous habits. And my son was, he was a big guy. He was like 6'5". He had a big heart, and was also very willing to stand in the middle between someone who was being hurt and somebody who was doing the hurting, and to put a stop to it. He didn't always do it in a mom-approved way, but he did it in a way that made kids who felt different safe and loved. And so they protected each other and their secrets. So when they started taking risks, the parents, including me, we really didn't know exactly what was going on. And my son's best friend in the whole wide world, who was also 17, got some pills that he thought were Xanax and Percocet. And my son talked about having some anxiety and not wanting to go get professional help. And those pills were laced with a lethal dose of fentanyl.
So sorry.
And so my son died of fentanyl poisoning.
Sorry.
And by the time I found him, it was much too late. And my daughter, his younger sister, and I found him. And it was absolutely devastating and changed our lives. Life was split into like a before and after. Who we were before, the lightness that we had, the ability to be casual or fake and put on a mask in different situations, it was gone. And so what's left is just that root real person that I am, and that my other kids are. So I'm telling you a story, obviously. I hope it's okay for this.
Absolutely.
So Josh's friends were grieving and lonely and traumatized, and they were scared about their own behaviors, and also really missing him, because he was such a powerful personality and a powerful strength in their life. And in their homes, oftentimes the parents were using my son's death as a life lesson
Oh, my.
rather than really hearing about the pain
Yeah.
that the kids were going through.
Right.
And so the kids were feeling more isolated, more lonely, less understood at home than they already were. My son identified as gay, and many of his friends also identified on the LGBTQ spectrum. And so they started knocking on our door, all of them. And we invited them in. I made food for them, and we sat and talked about Josh, about his memories, about how their close calls, about the things they missed about him, about the crappy decisions he made and the beautiful things that he did. And we grew almost like a second family. So that life experience changed everything. I tried to go back to my job after a period of time, and I didn't fit in anymore. They kind of didn't know what to do with my personality. At one point, I was just sitting at my desk trying not to cry, and I remember one of my coworkers actually reported me to my boss because they thought I was high, and I was just trying to get through the day without crying. And so all of that really changed who I was, and I just needed to kind of wipe away all of those things I was doing that wasn't serving me. And at the same time, I kind of lost my way with God. I couldn't understand. Why would they take him from me? Why would he do that? It was easily the most painful thing in my life. And over time, I began to talk about it. Some friends in the community were like, hey, let's see if we can put on an Arcan training. Let's start talking about this. Let's make some meaning. Let's take this pain that you have and Josh's memory and continue to serve the community. So with a small group of people that I know, we started putting on Narcan trainings. We would just do small things in a small community location, and then we took it on the road. We went to the Phoenix Theater in Petaluma. We did some work in some bigger things. We were over at Casa Grande in their gym talking to parents and doing Narcan trainings and collaborating with other organizations that do that. And I started to feel more like myself again, find my purpose. And so how that affects my work is we work with folks who are experiencing all kinds of trauma, and they're medicating and healing themselves with what they have access to.
Right.
And what they have access to may not be medication and therapy from with a script in a pharmacy and things like that. So they're finding other ways to kind of numb their pain and deal with things. So our people who work in these communities need to know how to use Narcan.
Yep.
They need to know they need to know that harm reduction is really about continuing to show up with love and being ready when that time comes. And so that's a lot of like my own personal piece that I bring to work, is I talk a lot about that. Those kids that I told you about that were knocking on my door, we kind of became a second family. One of them I informally adopted, and a few others are just, we've all become so close. And one of those kids who actually was my son's boyfriend has joined me in these trainings, and he makes harm reduction kits.
Wow.
So we bring those to COTS so that the staff have those to share with their clients that are actively engaged in using. And it's just small little items that you can get at the dollar store that make using a little less dangerous. So that's some pieces of that.
Wow. Wow.
I'm still working on finding my way back with my faith.
Sure. Yeah. And it's the loss of a child is something that is beyond description for a parent to articulate easily. Our comfort, if there is any comfort, is that is one thing that God does understand, because God lost his son too. He was killed. And I think God understands how we are able to engage with him. Is we have to wrestle. We all have to wrestle through that.
Yeah.
We all have to wrestle through that.
Absolutely. It occurs to me that the folks that are at the mission, your guests, may also have experienced losses like this. And when I think about how I can reconnect with the mission and with serving, I feel pulled in that direction and showing up for people in that way.
One of the trainings that we provide our team is ACEs. I don't know if you're ACEs training.
Yep.
Because
ACEs is adverse childhood experiences.
Oh, yes. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. Adverse childhood experiences.
And how that impacts the rest of your life.
And it is so common among all of the people, not all, but many of the people that we serve, and many of our staff as well, who have gone through either adverse childhood experiences or adverse experiences in general that are life impacting like atomic bombs in our lives. And so we have to have trauma-informed care. We have to be constantly diligent about our words, our actions, our behaviors as it relates to trauma that people have experienced. And thank you for being vulnerable and sharing your experience, and it has informed you, and is shaping you and how you care for others in a very meaningful way. And for folks, we've had some, a little bit of feedback, and people, being a little bit critical of, the way of us serving homeless people and feeling like, well, you're just enabling people, et cetera, et cetera. I think your story humanizes what people out there don't understand. Well, everybody's behavior is their own, their own responsibility. They're all and the reality is that we are all broken, needy people who need to love and serve one another as best we can.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I think so too.
Well, thank you for being here. I just pass on our great love and respect.
I definitely will.
For COTS, and pray for me as I have another 13 hours and 30 minutes to go with this thing. So
and
pray for them, because they're staying here for 13 hours and 30 minutes
goodness.
as well. And then them, because they're staying here for 13 hours and 30 minutes. So.
And then, do you have guests lined up for the whole time?
Nope. So we have they have done a tremendous job of lining up guests for us. We did provide some free space We do have a plethora of videos that we have produced over the years to talk about the variety of ministries that we do. So will give me a little bit of time to have, 10-minute naps. They don't get 10-minute naps, but I maybe get a 10-minute nap here and there. And so we have some videos lined up, and then we want to make some space for extemporaneous guests as well. We almost had an extemporaneous guest, and it would have been very interesting. A man who was under the influence that wanted to talk, and so we want to have that opportunity to have some people in need come to us as well. So.
Yeah, well, I hope that happens, and I know God will send exactly the right people to come and sit on this couch with you today.
Thank you. Well, God bless you.
God bless you.
I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you.
Again, engage with Christian. Let us know how we can best partner together.
Okay, that sounds good. I reached out with a couple of ideas for him in terms of maybe supporting some things you guys are trying to do, just independently as Shannon, not as Shannon of Cots.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay.
Alrighty. Well, thank you very much. All right. It's so good to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon.
I'm gonna put up this way.
Okay. We are now going to transition to a video, and I can't tell you what video we're going to do, but I know because we've got a lot of wonderful videos. It's going to be a blessing to you. So, well, this is great. It's we talked about the reopening of the Rose, and so this is going to be a video about the Rose Ministry, and so I hope it encourages you as we are reopening a ministry that is needed in our community.
Was full of trauma and grief and abuse and addiction. I was just existing. I didn't really feel like living. Had nothing to live for. I felt the loss of hope on the streets of, how did I get here? Where am I going? Like, what do I even hope for? I found myself through all those trials. It led me to becoming homeless, losing a lot of relationships, my son, my family, and most of all, I had moved so far away from God that it was lonely, it was hopeless, and it was scary. I felt alone, just because I had lost all my relationships and all my, belongings. And so I felt definitely alone and, again, just hopeless. Like I didn't know what was happening. I felt like I was just not wanting to live. I used to go to the living room in the day to nap and take a shower and stuff. And there was a guest there that told me that the Rose had some beds available. And so I didn't know what that meant. After a few days of just continuing to wake up under the freeway, the friend that I was kind of tagging along with on the street showed me where it was. I said, where is this Redwood Gospel Mission? Like, how do I? And so she walked me to the mission, and I stood out there till 11 when intakes were going to be done, and they had 4 beds available that day. I can't keep living on the street, and so wherever this place is, just take me. And at that point is when my trust in God started kicking in, like, okay, like, you've led me here. The moment I stepped off the van, I felt God put the breath back into me. And I just knew that wherever this place was, that God had brought me here and I was safe. A lot of stuff just lifted up off of me. And I can't explain it, but it was just a peace that came.
It's really difficult
when people come from the street, and I can speak from a place of experience, you're in survival mode, and oftentimes you feel like everyone else is the other team, right? And it's just kind of you against the world. So when you come into a place and you feel safe, you're able to let your guard down. You start to appreciate and enjoy the people that are around you. You trust that environment. You start to hope for new things, and you stretch and reach for new things. You attempt new things, and that's how transformation begins. So we've got our 30-day shelter program. So women that are in need of housing are able to come and stay for up to 30 days while they work on their next steps. We also have our transitional savings program. So for instance, if a woman comes in and she's working full-time, or if she comes in and gets a job while she's staying with us, they can apply for our savings program. Women are able to stay for up to 6 months. We assess each month to make sure that a couple things are happening. One, that they're saving 80% of their income, that they are going to church every week and engaged with a church mentor, and basically just kind of following the guidelines of the Rose and stuff. And then each month, if they're following all of those steps, then they're able to stay for up to 6 months.
After being in the Rose and having a bed and a shower and just this community of women, not just who were also in the shelter, but the volunteers coming in to help. When they see something in you and they're speaking it, and you still don't believe it, but it starts planting seeds, and you slowly start seeing yourself as these people are saying. And that's what happened. I started just pressing into God and the Word, and it just brought me back to life.
It's funny because I never planned anything to ever come here. It was just like this path that I went down. I started seeing people on the streets and stuff, and would just cry for them. So it's no coincidence that I'm here. Just the Lord kind of brought me here. So what I tell them when I come here is it's actually the funnest thing that I do. They're my people. They are my people.
On the same property as the Rose, we have our New Life Recovery Program, the Manna Home. That is a 12 to 18 month program for women who are ready to transform their lives. Anybody that has life-controlling issues, such as drug addiction or broken relationships, they're able to transfer from the Rose over to the Manna Home and begin their new life.
As I continue to press into the Word, and I realized that Manna Home would allow me to heal from what caused me to get to where I was at.
I have seen women come from the Rose over to Manna Home, and I try to follow them actually through their process, because I also do coaching over here. So I'm always, if I pick somebody up for church or Bibles, whatever it is, I like to come in and, continue that relationship as well.
Transformation at the Rose is something that is beautiful to witness. When I see someone coming in shut down, guarded, maybe not trusting, they're kind of keeping to themselves, and then as time goes on, they're starting to make friends. I can hear people joking and laughing together. I can hear them offering rides, making commitments to go to church together. And so it's when that light starts to come back, in their eyes, and you can tell that they're starting to hope again and they're starting to trust.
Transformation, it went from just this paranoid, not trusting anybody, isolating, wanting to stay to myself person, to beginning to, spend time with the women in there, and laughter, and just it started opening up my heart to where I feel like the Holy Spirit was allowed to, was coming in, and it was through that community, us being able to cook our meals together and sit together and pray together and do Bible studies and prepare for what God had for me next, which I didn't even know.
I think that hope, trust, dignity, those things are essential at the beginning of transformation. You are not going to be at a place where you're able to transform until you have discovered that there's some reason to hope, that you feel worth even making the attempt, right? Till you trust the process, you trust the people that you're in community with.
being on the streets, I lost all my dignity when I lost everything, you know, when not being able to use the bathroom when you need to, or asking somebody for money to get food. Being in a place of vulnerability, it tarnishes your dignity. Like, at that point, it's like shame. Dignity at the Rose was complete opposite. It was, you know, you have a place to shower, you are responsible for your area and helping to clean the house, and it looks like order. It looks like, you know, Bible studies, and so that order brings a sense of accomplishment, like I'm doing something now, and so it definitely gives you some of your dignity back.
When someone realizes they're in a safe space, they're able to start trusting again, and it's little things like asking for help, or even just kind of sitting down and watching TV together, like being vulnerable like that. It's not something that we're accustomed to.
Rebuilding trust is a big one, because when you're out on the streets, you can't trust anybody. And so I think my trust started at the intake, and then it just showed to be true that I was trusting the right, because when I came here again, I felt God's love, and so it helped me to just kind of remove that hard exterior where it's like I can't trust anyone, to believing that these people are here to help me, to love on me, to make me feel as comfortable and loved as possible.
Another thing that I hear quite often, especially from women that do know the Lord, they know that the presence of God is here. And so I hear that a lot, actually, that God definitely is here, and it's peaceful.
Hope at the Rose is a major part in what helped change my life. Those seeds start being planted, and your heart starts moving, and you start seeing this hope of getting some kind of life back.
Transformation begins with community, because it takes a village, right? When you're coming in here not on a winning streak, there's a lot of things that you need to begin to do. You need to begin to ask for help. You need to begin to search for resources. You need to learn how to do things a different way. And so that's what you're going to witness here, because you're going to have people who are coming in and bringing in Bible studies. You're going to have people that are talking to you about resources in the community. Maybe you're getting together with other ladies at the shelter, and you're carpooling to different things.
Community at the Rose looks like eating together, laughing together, praying together, crying together, just building relationships with strangers, which, you know, on the streets, again, that's hard. But when you're in the walls of the Rose, it's made easy because it's a home.
Volunteers are absolutely essential. Volunteers are the reason that we're here. We're here as a platform for volunteers, for the body of Christ, to come and minister to those women who are in need, so that lives can be transformed.
I think the volunteers were a big part of softening my heart to start receiving and wanting to get into the Word, because the first of the volunteers started for me at Bible studies. My coach, I met her in Bible study. My mentor, I met her at Bible study in the Rose. These people were speaking life into me. God was using them to bring me out of whatever I was in. They were praying for me even when I didn't know.
I've led many women to the Lord being here. Sometimes we can be in circumstances in our life where Jesus is our only hope, you know, and I believe it's Jesus. Jesus is the hope here for sure.
I feel like my life was revived. My life was transformed by the power of prayer, by the power of community, by the power of hope, by the restoration of my dignity. I graduated from Manahome in October 2020. My life has been nothing short of amazing. I began working at Redwood Gospel Mission. No matter what my situation now, that joy is just planted inside of me. And I feel like that joy was introduced to me through Manahome and through the volunteers. again, all these women praying over me and with me and speaking life into me, it really just set me free from the bondage that got me to that point.
And know better, I shouldn't have got involved in them. You know, in your addiction, you
Okay.
do kind of stupid things, you know.
Okay, here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are live.
Oh wow! But yeah, I've really grown. Here I'd say I've grown really spiritually because before I wouldn't be able to tell you not one single thing about it. You asking what I read, I'm like I couldn't tell you nothing. Now I'm quoting these 4 verses from Candidate, and now I already got my other verses memorized for going to phase 2 in about 30 days. So I phase up to phase 2.
Okay, well now that we're live, what we're going to do is for the 1,000 people watching
yes, sir.
us.
All right.
Well, tell everyone your name first of all.
My name is Kelly. I wasn't necessarily born and raised in Lake County, but basically raised there as a kid, off and on in the '90s. You know, moved, bounced around a bunch of states, and before coming to the Gospel Mission, lived out for over 21 years, and I'm pretty much here, you know, voluntarily trying to get my life on track. You know, get away from my old ways to clean up my life and start a new life. You know, because the program, you know, it's called New Life.
Yep.
And
New life.
Yeah.
Right.
New life. Yeah. But that's funny because Felipe's like, oh, I'm like, where are you going? I'm doing interviews. You can talk just whatever questions he asks, and I know he's live, but that's kind of cool. I've never really been, you know, live on the thing.
Okay.
Looking at myself as a trip. Yeah.
So, Kelly, how long have you been at the mission?
I've been here, I think now 92, 93 days. 93 days.
Yeah. Okay.
I've actually now got a mentor as of the other day. Mark Skaggs, one of the drivers, said he can take me on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah.
It's gonna be good. He says once I hit my passes, you know, we're gonna do fun things, you know, hiking, bike rides, you know, maybe go over to his house, do like a guy's night over there.
Okay.
You know.
Awesome.
Because right now, as far as going home, I'd love to, but it's just too early, you know,
right,
to go back at this point. I need to be more sobriety under my belt, definitely.
So
too many temptations, too many friends that you use around
You're
there.
you're from Lake County.
Yes, sir.
You have, but you've been in Lake County, but your family really isn't in Lake County, right? I mean, in terms of your
actually, yeah. Well, my family that's been there for, I don't know, probably 30 plus years.
Okay.
My grandma, my uncle recently moved out there a year ago. He was actually also stuck in addiction. His thing was alcohol. And I think he's at least, if I had to guess, a year plus sober now.
Okay.
Did the whole outpatient rehab, I think. And yeah, actually, my uncle, I think about him and my uncle were homeless camping, and one day they came back in the tent, and he was gone. He had passed away. And but I have family all over.
Okay.
Everywhere, like 8, 9 different states.
Okay. So again, what you told me, but tell them what brought you to the mission.
What brought me to the mission? I honestly just got tired of running the streets every night, you know, getting high, you know. For me, when I do the whole, you know, methamphetamine, you know, I get a little wired up, and you know, I'm super focused for a minute, and then paranoia kicks in. Like the last night I was there, I ran the streets all night because I had nowhere to go, you know, wandering around. I actually vandalized a few things, not even really realizing what I did, you know, being stupid, broke a college window, you know, not taking the consequences. So, yeah, actually, if I go back there, I might be in trouble. So, yeah, I definitely cannot go back there this time.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just being very honest, very open.
So,
and yeah.
So you left Lake County.
That was my rock bottom, pretty much.
Was it your choice then to come to the mission?
Yes, sir. I made that choice on my own. And beforehand, I had probably prior to that, a week before, I had said I had enough of the crap, and I was trying to keep sobered by going back into the outpatient program. So long story short on that, about 2023, I was actually court ordered, got pulled over. They found, you know, a pipe and a bag full of dope in the car, and I was not arrested. The people were, one was on parole. I should have known better after I got in car parole. So they automatically had the right to search it. And his girlfriend, they said she was high on fentanyl. They both went to jail. He ended up doing like 4 or 5 years off a 10-year sentence. Recently seen him, and you know, we still have the same. He was cool. He wasn't mad because I kind of, you know, didn't really throw him under the bus, but I was getting it from my girlfriend, so I didn't. I was like, it was not mine, and honestly, I should have manned up to it and claimed it because that. But yeah, it is what it is. But but I'm
so
here.
how did you know about the mission? How did you?
One day, this girl I was dating, the one I was telling you that was an active caregiver, she's actually part of the MS-13, and I go to the shelter because we got kicked out. Long story short, both got drunk. One thing led to another. She didn't realize what happened. I ended up spending 2 nights in jail. She realized she was coherent, and I was out the second day, and she just made all these calls to get me out. So she had some kind of care left still. And so one day I would go to visit her. I was staying, I believe, in Clear Lake Park with one of my old landlords. I known the guy for 12, 13 years back. He would help me off and on when I was out there homeless, using whatever. And she's all, I'm back. I gotta go clean my room. They had a room inspection every day. They clean the room, do room inspections for certain days a week at a homeless shelter. There's an old juvie hall in Lakeport. And I was okay, cool. And she never showed up. Texting her, it's like, coming out. I said, no, I got stuff to do. And I just got frustrated, and then I just, decided, okay, I'll call some rehabs. I was tired of, I was coming down too that day. I just used the night before, and I was super irritable. And probably about, I don't know, I probably made 10, 15 calls before I came across here. And now I think about it, hearing Jody's voice, I believe it was Jody that answered the phone. It's crazy. He's all, oh, yeah, if you can get here by 11 a.m. I told him, yeah, I'm all in Lake County. I don't really have a ride. He's all, okay, keep trying back, keep in touch. And 10 days later, I was here. Got back a lady from, it was a drop-in center called the Lavos.
Okay.
It's a homeless drop-in center.
Yep.
And she's all, oh, yeah, I can really help get in there. I want to get in there. And she's all, but let you know, it's 10 days in a program. I was like, I was like, yeah, let's just go with it, because I needed it at that point. And I wanted to change my life around. I was tired of doing the same thing, So I've struggled with the meth addiction since probably the age of 24, 25, off and on. And another thing, before this relapse, I'd say sober for almost a year when I did the outpatient program. I did 9 months in the outpatient through Lake County Behavioral Health, the court order thing. And then for that, I stayed sober for another, like 7 or 8 years before I met my kid's mother. And, maybe a year down the road before I had our kid.
Like took a hit or something?
Last time, basically like 3 months ago before coming here. 4th of July, I did my last little hoorah, Yeah, I got about 92, 93 days
That's
sober,
awesome,
roughly
man.
today. Yeah, thank you.
Man,
Appreciate it. Yeah,
awesome, man. That's good, man.
But yeah, I mean,
keep it up, man.
And here, my biggest thing was I really struggle with confrontation. When someone argue with me, I would cuss them out, say the worst things. But I was quick to apologize. It's snappy at them. And now I'm really working on the patience, the anger outbursts. They've gotten a lot better.
I got you.
Yeah, and before that, I would deal with just my own anger. I would just start being destructive, not
honestly,
just like
you're
hurt
kinda
myself. Like I'd have like
your shit, right?
scars on my knuckles from just arguments from this past relationship with the girlfriend.
So what you want to do is check inside of the desk, and they'll give you
assist you. Yeah, they'll let you know, yay or nay, whether they have one or not. They may be able to accommodate you. Maybe, I don't know. It's a long shot, but anyways,
We'll see.
So.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Dang, I went off track.
Okay.
I lost track. He kind of distracted me for a minute. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. Whatever questions you may have.
Are you on? Are you talking?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
We're on live.
Yeah. We're actually, yeah.
So if you
volunteer, yeah.
If you could, why don't you come on over and have a seat? So we're.
I don't want to be part of this.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
I'll talk on the outside of the.
Okay.
Anyways,
but we'll let us have a conversation, then you can have a conversation afterward. Okay.
That sounds great.
Okay.
And also, I'm going to go back a little bit. So before, it was I've been in the shelter multiple times. 2021, I was staying at a buddy of my mom's friend's house on a property that wasn't even hers, and there was an RV, and she got to the point where she was just tired of it being there. I had to leave, so from there I went to the shelter. That's actually where I met my kid's mother, in the homeless shelter. She was fresh out of jail. She had a arson charge. I consider arson. It's like a very, very small grass fire. I think she was high, and actually started like a small little fire. Like, wasn't that major. And She was on probation, and she did that, and she stayed sober for a good year, up until I moved in from her to her stepdad's house from the shelter, and I found out shortly and started putting two and two together that she was using with him, and that she said he was trying to come on to her, asking her for, sexual favors and stuff like that, and she said, no, my boyfriend and this and that, and honestly, I don't know what I would have done if I would have walked in the room. I honestly probably would have, I don't know.
So, but you're here.
Yes, I'm here.
You're
Yes,
and you've been here for 3 months.
Yes, amen.
And
thankful to God, yes.
and you've got a mentor now, and you've
Yes,
got
sir.
Mark as your
Yes,
mentor.
Mark,
And
he's-
so I'm guessing you found a home church that
Yes,
that is
the Promise Center.
wonderful.
Yeah, I haven't officially introduced myself as pastor because I go with Paul, the CMA guy, to Calvary Chapel. He's always in a rush to leave from Promise Center to Calvary Chapel, so I haven't really got the time to actually introduce myself, take the pastor hand, but I'll get there one day. But yeah, as of right now, I'm considered that my home church. I've been going there since day one, since I've been here at the mission, since July.
Okay.
Well, July 7th, I was in detox for 3 days down there. And then July 10th, I actually joined the New Life program.
Okay.
That's candidate phase.
Okay, and so now you're in phase 1.
Yes,
and,
sir.
And you've got a little time under your belt.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And are you participating in any of the I know what they're called, the certificate programs.
Certificate programs.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, right now I'm doing certification in the kitchen. I've been there over a little over a month. Got a couple more months to go, and then from there, I want to do industries. I like moving all day. Keeping busy, makes the day go by fast.
Okay.
Me, I like doing that because I worked at a feed store at Rainbow Ag in Lakeport for 5 years.
Okay.
Pretty much, about a month and a half short. And
Okay.
bucking hay and helping the customers, engaging the customers, got to know a little bit about them. And 90% of the customers there, they bucked hay. They grew up on farms, raising pigs and cows. They did the whole 4-H thing.
Okay.
So to me, that really caught my attention.
Okay.
I enjoyed engaging, getting to know about them, about how their day was. And there's some times that there's customers that yelled at me. I had to just bite my tongue and not yell back. Because that would get me in trouble with the boss. Like there's one incident where this guy was like, "Oh, these aren't the same size." I'm like, "Yeah, they are. They're just little." Rubber troughs, and like, oh, they going together. You told them the same size. He's I was a F&R tech for 20 years. I'm like, okay, if you have an issue, you can go talk to the manager, and he left it at that. So I always handled the situation good.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Well, and working in industries, we can really help you grow in customer service.
Yeah,
and
I'd
grow
love to do that next time to bring it to Sean's attention when I'm about a month, 2 weeks out from my date in the kitchen, and hopefully he'll put me in there next, or coffee roasting, maybe something fun to do.
That we've got a lot of opportunities in there. So, what are some of the most significant things that have happened to you so far since you've come to the mission?
For me, I've honestly from day one, actually. One person, Juan Mendoza, who's actually the very, very first guys I met. It's funny. I'm in the 30 man. I watched him hands. Oh, what's up, bro? My name's Juan. He's like, where are you from? I'm Willis. I'm like, oh, I'm basically your neighbor. I'm from Lake County, Clear Lake. And we just clicked, and he taught me the ins and outs. Don't do this, don't do that. But he showed me the ropes around the mission, and we've created, and a lot also along with a lot of other brothers here, created a really deep and tight bond with a lot of the guys here.
Okay, awesome. Well, hey, Kelly, can I just pray for you? That God's going to do an amazing work in your life while you're here.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
that'd be awesome.
Let me just pray for you, Father. I lift up Kelly to you, and I pray, Lord, that you would continue to work in his life. I thank you for the new opportunities he has, for the mentor that you've given him, for his coach, for those things that you are doing, for the relationships that he's developed with Juan and with some of the other guys. I pray that you would, that he would experience the victory that you have in store for him, that you would develop those key relationships, and that he would deepen his relationship with you, and that you would show him clearly the direction that you have for him, that you desire for him a future and a hope to prosper him, that he would not be harmed. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming and talking to me.
Yes, sir. It's a pleasure.
And we'll likely see you. I'll likely see you next Monday in class.
Oh yeah. That's right.
Okay.
You teach the first class. Yeah,
Yep.
I'm looking forward to that. I've really
Okay.
got to see too many classes of you lately. You've been kind of
I've been
MIA, missing in
I've
action.
been missing in action.
You know,
Yep.
in other words, in
Yep.
a nutshell, like where's Jeff Gilman at?
Yeah, missing in action is where I've
Like
been.
another thing that goes back to a lot of teachers. Like I want to be honest, some of the teachers are just some of their teaching is just like when it goes. I'm just being really honest and bluntly. I like their teachers are Thunder Dave and Sandy. I like Thunder Dave because he's loud. He's very blunt and he tells you how it is. He don't sugarcoat nothing. And a lot of guys look at, oh, you're putting us down. You're telling us we have problems. In a way, yes, but he's doing it for a good way so he can prepare you for the real world out there. And it's funny, everybody say, oh, how you doing, brother? He's all, God's still on thrones. Everything's all right. He just says it every time we go to class.
We love Thunder Dave.
I always say,
Yes.
okay, see you next time, brother. I always shake his hand.
Okay.
He's a cool dude. I really like him. That's my favorite teacher.
Okay.
Well, yeah, good interview. I'm glad
Okay.
I got to take the opportunity to do that.
Okay, thanks, Kelly.
All right.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Have a good night. God bless. God bless, brother. God bless. Sir.
Okay, gang. What have we got now? It's
Yeah, I got some questions.
Okay.
So, and I think we can put some of these on the screen, so we can yeah. Once you get me one. So this is from Lynn. She's one of our volunteers, and so she asked, how do we measure success in given that matrix? What is your success rate?
Success rate. So our measurement of success is probably like anybody that would look as a farmer. We are responsible for our outputs, and God is responsible for the outcomes. And I don't want to make excuses for why we don't have 100% success rate with everybody that we serve. But what I would tell you is we have principles that we know to be absolute true principles. One is that we communicate with clarity the gospel of hope and healing and transformation in Jesus Christ. And we are responsible to communicate that. So to the extent that we measure our success, we measure success in our communication, the clarity and the consistency of that communication of the love of Christ to people in a clear way. The second thing that we would say that we would measure as our success is the love and consistency that we give to people who participate in the New Life program. We plant, we water, we tend the soil, we help people with addressing the roots of the life controlling issues they have. We connect people in a meaningful way with new relationships, with partners in life and in the gospel, through mentors and through sponsors and through coaches, through prayer partners, through connecting people with the recovering community and with the body of Christ. And to the extent that we make those connections with people, those we see as successes. What we believe is that once we have faithfully done that and we've made those connections with people, we really have to let go and trust God that the people who have those connections made will avail themselves of the resources that those connections bring, and that they would experience long-term life transformation. What I would tell you is that is still a minority. The minority of people that walk through these doors that we make those connections with experience long-term healing and success, especially on the first time around. And we know that you cannot expect that 30 and 40 years of trauma and pain and addiction and suffering and mental illness can be changed by 30 days or 6 months in a ministry like Redwood Gospel Mission. We know that it is that those changes take years to come to fruition in the way that the pain took years to develop. So success rate, our success is being faithful to make those connections, those meaningful connections, and provide those opportunities for people. What we'll tell you is that every year we graduate anywhere from 15 to 30 people from our New Life program, and that when they graduate with a job, with a connection with a church, with people in their lives that will be a support system, and with permanent housing. And so we look at those as successes.
Yes.
Anything you want to add to that?
We talk, about, creating community, right? Creating relationships. And I think two terms we've talked about, that kind of put out is like mentors and coaches.
Mm-hmm.
And so we need to talk, how do mentors and coaches help develop those relationships and community for those that are in our programs?
So we talked about relationships being a problem. One thing that the mentors and the coaches, and we have amazing mentors and coaches that our program members, both men and women, connect with. And what we find is that those end up being lifelong relationships for many people. That those relationships don't end just because a person graduates. We were talking to our friend Wayne, who still has relationship several years later on a regular basis with his coach. The same is true with our friend Chris, who now lives in Ukiah, and he still is engaged with his coach and his mentor on a every other week basis. That those relationships are lifelong relationships. So those are meaningful things, and when those connections are made, when the people experience love that they had not experienced in their life, those relationships also provide new opportunities. It is always, jobs are found through relationships, housing is found through relationships, opportunities of various kinds are found through relationships. People don't get jobs from strangers. They get jobs through connections that they have with people. And our mentors and our coaches, our church community, the recovering community, all provide the foundations for those relationships so that people find stability in their lives.
Yeah. And talk too about just the effect of being belong to a church community.
Oh my goodness! It's just, we find it to be a fundamental thing. The Bible is filled with one another's. We're supposed to love one another and serve one another and care for one another, and just these one another's that happen. You read those throughout the New Testament. Well, those one another's don't happen except in the context of church, and that's what church is really about. Church is the place to practice the one another's.
Yeah. You can see what might have another question. It's from Michael. It's like, do you or do you not recommend giving cash to the guy standing in the intersection center islands with the cardboard signs?
So I do not recommend giving cash to the guy standing on the intersection center islands with the cardboard signs. We have a tool. We have a tool that you can find on our website that is something far, 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 far better than cash. We have something called real change certificates, because what people need who are standing on that center island is real change, not spare change. And so we invite people to help themselves to real change by inviting them to come to the mission and receive meaningful support that they could get through this ministry. As long as people continue to give spare change, people will be enabled. It is not helping that helps, it is helping that hurts.
Yeah, I've had a lot of opportunity to use those real change certificates, just in our own church work and in youth groups, and even with my own kids in the past. Because you can take those certificates, you can put them in a bag with a bottle of water, a Bible, maybe a snack, some hygiene things, and it's a really opportunity to have conversations with those that are out on the street of where they can find change.
We have done that for years. Kathy and I have done that for years, and it has been a very effective way to engage in conversation with people and give people opportunity to come to the mission.
Yeah.
So that's what we highly recommend. And we have, if you come to our website, you'll see a whole section on our website about real change certificates and how best to use them.
Yeah, I just remembering when my daughter was younger. She's 22 now, and we had spent some time when she was 10 making these packages with the certificate, and we had them in the back of our car, and she would see everyone. So, Dad, turn around and let's give them one of these bags, and so I'm like, okay, right? And we spent a whole summer of just stopping and pulling around in the gas station and to having these conversations with people, showing like, well, there's a place to find hope, there's a place to find real change. Do we have another question?
Do we have another question? Great. Oh.
Yeah, so very similar, right?
Same thing.
Right, yeah. Should we offer a homeless person money, and how can we best help someone who's living on the streets?
So I would say, we talked about the real change certificates. I would say something else that's been really effective for us. Treating people as people is a really valuable and important thing. What is your name? That's something that we always ask. What is your name? Can we pray for you? And have you heard of Redwood Gospel Mission? Those we want to ask those kind of questions to engage people. Now, again, we have something on the website that has some tools or some guidelines to help engage people who are on the street. We certainly care for everybody's safety. We don't want people who are homeless neighbors to feel like they're being threatened. At the same time, Paula, we wouldn't want you to be in a situation where you are in an unsafe situation in engaging with somebody. But we do have some tools available on our website. We encourage you to go to rgm.org and check out the resources page that we have that will tell you ideas of how you can best help a person who's living on the streets.
Very good. All right. Do we have a video that we can put up in the queue? Yeah. Let's run a video and we can get a stretch.
Okay.
Testimony to what God's doing in the community. Everything from the interactions that we have daily to the people that we have working here. I mean, everything from our customers that come in here that ask questions about the cashier that they saw in the newsletter, or they're, wanting to get advice on maybe a son or a daughter that's struggling in addiction that they know that one of us have gone through, to the family that's coming in that is at the front counter that can't afford to buy a jacket or whatever, is asking, if we have any resources, and we're able to refer them to our family assistance program, to, the mattresses that we give away here. This is more than a thrift store because we're able here to pray for people. We're able to guide them the resources and also tell them about the love of God, not only through our actions, but through our testimonies. And everyone that works here has a testimony. So Industrial Ministries is our thrift store. Our days start at 6 o'clock. We have staff arrive. We start loading trucks, we start baling, sorting, pricing items, getting them out on the floor. We pick up our men that are in our certification program about 7:30. They come out here and then they start working. They work alongside with staff members, either on the forklift, baling, sorting, merchandising. They're part of everything. And then our store opens at 9 o'clock. We have everything clean and ready to go, and we start serving our customers.
I actually look forward to coming to work every day because not just my job, but like what the whole thrift store does as a whole, and that's just pouring back into our community and helping others. The environment was fulfilling, it was meaningful. I loved everything that it was about, to work for an organization that just pours back into the community and having meaning behind that.
I first thought about the retail management program when I was in the Manor Home, and they offered for me to come and volunteer here and just be a part of the thrift store. Honestly, I wanted to do the retail program because I needed to stay busy and be able to give back to the community. I was a volunteer here, and then I got hired as an employee. The Redwood Gospel Mission has given me so many different things that I can do in my life now. I'm able to give back and just be able to be a part of it. It's given me an experience to be an employee and just be able to come to work every day and have a better life.
Donations are huge, and they are the lifeblood of this particular ministry. We wouldn't be able to operate on a daily basis if we didn't have donations. It's a blessing to see how much the community is willing to support us so we can continue to do what we do every day. If we didn't get the donations that we get, we wouldn't be able to have the training programs or have the men and women come out here every day and have meaningful things to do.
I donate to the Redwood Gospel Mission because I believe in the work that they are doing here. I've read about so many success stories of the people who have been through the programs here. It's just fabulous. I want to do as much as I can for the Redwood Gospel Mission.
I give to Redwood Gospel Mission thrift store because my mom struggled with drug addiction, and I know that what you guys are doing makes a huge impact for people who really need it, and for our community overall.
I think it's important for people to understand that when they give us an item, there's a bigger picture that we're all here to do. This one garment or these pair of shoes, although we might be able to raise, $8 or $6 from it, that makes a huge impact in the bigger picture, from everything from the events that we do to the men and women in the program, like me, who we serve. And so all those things matter.
I support the Redwood Gospel Mission thrift store because of all the stuff they do for our community. They give away turkey meals, they do backpacks for the children, and they also support a program I'm very familiar with, is the Manor Home.
So the retail management program basically consists of about 3 months. Either our men or women that go through that program, they go through each section of our industrial ministries through the thrift store.
I love working alongside the women in Manor Home, and to see the transformation. It's amazing to see where these women started and to where they're at today, and the confidence that they do gain, just like myself, but to walk along the side of them, just like I had women do the same when I was in Manor Home. It's such an honor to be able to do that.
I've been in the retail management program about a month now. It means everything. Get my life back together. It's a way for me to get back in my life back and rebuild what I lost.
I wanted to give back for what's been given to me, which is my life, and getting closer to Jesus again. And this is all about that. He's all over this.
I'm Joel, and I pick up donations for the Redwood Gospel Mission. I love what the organization does. This is the way it ministers to so many people in so many different ways. I love, that I get to interact with the people in the program, ministering to people who are, had broken lives and addictions, who are now having a chance to just see their life turned around particularly guys like Brian. I love Brian. I mean, he's just an incredible man, and you can tell that God has his hand on his life, and it's a testimony of transformation.
When I came in, my life was a mess, and I just needed some time off to get myself in order and to find Christ, just get right with myself and get right with the Lord. This past year has been unbelievable, and it's given me an opportunity to do that. Through being able to go out on the truck every day and be of service has been a real blessing in my mind, and has really given me a little bit of self-worth, self-reliance. Through having a little bit of responsibility with the truck has given me a lot to look forward to, and it's given me a lot of hope.
So our driver's training program consists of a 3-month program as well. Program members get to spend a certain amount of time with the driver. So the first part of the program, they actually sit as a passenger with the driver. They go out and do pickups, learn customer service, going to different donors' houses. And then the second part, they do actual hands-on driving. So they will be in the driver's seat and then the staff members on the passenger side.
I never knew that I was able to get a job driving, being that I had wreckage in my past, and then this gave me the freedom to be able to know that I am able to have a career that I never anticipated before I came to the rescue mission.
I've been working for the Redwood Gospel Mission now for almost 21 years next month. And I drove one of our trucks as a field agent for almost 11 years. To be trusted is priceless. I never thought anybody would be able to trust me with anything. And the fact that I was able to represent the gospel mission in a way that was honorable and that was full of grace and mercy was just incredible to me. I think the 11 years on the truck was probably my favorite 11 years of the 21 years that I've worked here. We have something here that a lot of places don't have. We have hope. We are able to offer hope through clothing, through food, and through planting of the seed and bringing people into these rooms to be able to transform their lives. It's a huge, huge deal.
The Community Assistance Program, in partnership with our churches and in partnership with community service providers, allows us to be good stewards of the resources that we receive. It allows an opportunity for ministry to happen, to share the gospel with those folks and meet practical needs. It really is a beautiful ministry, and the Community Assistance is one of those ministries that would not exist without our thrift store, because we get wonderful items donated and we want to make sure that folks have access to those. And so that partnership with agencies and churches allows us to partner alongside people that are ministering to them one-on-one, people that are providing case management, and so we can then come alongside while they're ready to receive items to give them those goods and services. One of the other uses of the thrift store that we have is we have our outreach events. We have our Great Thanksgiving Banquet. We also have our City Kids Festival. And we utilize our thrift store as a place where folks can come and register to receive those items. It's more than just coming and registering. Folks are getting ministered to before they even come to the events. It's beautiful, it's wonderful, and it's another addition to our thrift store that it really makes it more than just a thrift store. It's a place where ministry can happen.
So when you go into a program, a lot of these men and women, I can speak from experience, you come in defeated. You feel like you have no purpose anymore, and you're really unsure of what you're going to do in the future. The great thing about our certification programs is they give you purpose. So I went through a certification program. It gave me purpose in the program. It actually was something that did a switch in my brain. I was able to see things different and have hope for myself. That's what I think is important about these programs, is they're giving these men and women hope. We're showing them that they are important, that they're still trustworthy, that we're willing to trust them and give them responsibilities. Because a lot of them, like myself, felt unworthy, and you feel like nobody trusts you because you did things to make people distrust you. But we're showing them that, you know what? You can be redeemed, you can be trusted, and we trust you. So I think it's huge.
love about doing the bench is just some of the incredible conversations you get to have, some of the creative conversations. And I know many of you are having awesome creative conversations. In fact, here's a creative conversation right here. My friend Billy, man, hey, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for having me.
You never know who's just going to pop into Houston and have a conversation.
You never know. Houston, we have a problem. Billy Baldwin has arrived.
That's it. Now we're going to be able to fix everything. So, hey, thanks so much for stopping in and us having a conversation about what's happening and what you've seen. But before we do that, I've got to let people know how we know each other, because there's probably a lot of reasons people think we might know each other. But what you don't know is Billy and I actually starred in a movie together.
Define starred. Well, or define we, because I starred in this film. You were in this film. Did you have any lines?
I walked by.
Yeah, and did you make it into the final cut?
These are all semantics that really don't matter.
Okay, so it's called being left on the cutting room floor. People, look it up. And his picture, Brandon, is right next to it in the dictionary. I got left on the cutting room floor. Now, we made a wonderful film about homelessness, and then it spun off a documentary.
That's right.
On homelessness. The film was called No Address. The documentary was called Americans with No Address, and now it's spun off another documentary with a group of people we were working with. Dr. Marbut is our buddy, our partner in solving homelessness, and on fentanyl, called Fentanyl Death Incorporated. The feature was a scripted feature with Xander Berkeley and Beverly D'Angelo, Ashanti, myself, you, of course.
Of course.
The fabulous Brandon Thomas. And we had a great time, forged some very, very important, meaningful, strategic relationships. That was years ago. What year was that? I don't remember.
Oh man, that
19,
was
21?
No, it was probably 22. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, still years. And it's forged some partnerships and some alliances that I think are really, really critical to addressing this issue, raising awareness concerning this issue, and coming up with meaningful solutions. Really gaining some headway, because this problem, because of COVID and because of the fentanyl crisis, as we're now experiencing it on an entirely different level. So,
without a doubt. So I'm going to say this. One of the things I've loved about getting to know you is really how, and again, not trying to be funny, but how smart you are. Like, you have a depth of knowledge, and what's been really awesome, and I know a lot of my colleagues who are currently on the bench right now as well have experienced is when you do a role the way you did the role in the movie No Address, is you really immerse yourself into it. And part of that journey was immersing yourself by visiting several of my colleagues and friends across the country who, many of them you might know, they're sitting on the bench right now. Could you tell some of the things that you learned about that journey and how that influenced even what you're doing today with Dr. Marbut?
It sort of reintroduced me. I had been doing it decades ago, and I was doing a lot of advocacy work, some for the homeless. In fact, I did a panel discussion on homelessness at the Republican National Convention in Houston, Texas in 1992. I've been to every DNC and every RNC since 1988. And I actually went to the first DNC in '88 in Atlanta. And then in '92, the DNC was in New York and the RNC was here in Houston. And we did panel discussions on homelessness here at the RNC back then in 1992. And I've been to every RNC since then. Sometimes we've been effective and productive, and sometimes we've been arrested. No, I'm only kidding. We got ourselves into trouble. But yeah, it's great to be back in town here. It's great to be working on this important issue. And I've learned so much. I've been inspired and motivated. First of all, it's weird. You have that line like, I'm not a homeless advocate, I just play one on TV. Well, I am both. I play one on TV, hence right now, and I also am one in real life. But really the credit goes and the thanks goes to you and everybody, all of the CEOs at Citygate and all of the missions across the country, because you are the people on the front lines, down in the trenches, rolling up your sleeves, getting your hands dirty in a meaningful way, 70, 80, 100 hours a week to try and move the ball down the field, to try and raise awareness, to try and improve lives, but ultimately to make people self-sufficient independent, and save lives. That's the stuff that you guys are doing. That is not my day job. And I really want to give you props for that and credit for that, for the incredible work that all of you are doing. But I've learned a lot. I've heard Marbet say, we learned from someone who had graduated from a mission and was working in a mission in Seattle or San Francisco, I think Seattle, and he said, compassion without accountability is enablement. That's one of the things that I've learned. Compassion without accountability is enablement. One side has tons of compassion. They accuse the other side of not having enough. One side wants a lot of accountability. They say the other side does not have enough accountability. Well, guess what? Now, because the crisis has gotten so much more complicated and bigger and worsened, if you will, because of fentanyl, because of COVID. Homelessness, I think these numbers may be wrong, but in Sacramento, it went from 4,000 to 17,000 over COVID. LA City, LA County went from 54,000 to 76,000 over COVID. So you factor in the fentanyl issue, we're dealing with a crisis that's unprecedented. And what it's done, it's created an opportunity when it comes to mental health, when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to addiction. You now have this bipartisan opportunity because everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of humanity. Everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of compassion, getting people back on their feet, self-sufficiency, independence. So we have the left and the right, not in total agreement, but willing to work together in a time where, we're relatively, maybe more divided than we've ever been in my lifetime, perhaps since the Vietnam War, to say the least. So the fact that the left and the right are willing to sit down, be civil, be respectful, to work with one another to advance the cause of, like I say, it's not really a homeless crisis or an addiction crisis as much as it's a mental health crisis. The fact that we're willing to talk to one another, work federal, state, local, faith-based, nonprofit, corporate America, having us all finishing each other's sentences. We're not quite there yet, but all working in concert with one another to get the kind of results that you're having here is amazing.
Awesome. Well, I think about my friend Jarrell right now, who's at Light of Life mission in Pittsburgh. And what they're doing there, kind of the theme of their bench is about being a good neighbor. Obviously the home of Mr. Rogers. And so they're kind of using that theme, which I think is pretty cool. What would be your advice as you've been an advocate and you've worked in this space for so many years, and for somebody who's just kind of watching this bench event play out in their local, with their local ministry, what would be your advice for just somebody who's kind of stumbled upon this on social media, they're watching, their local mission? What would be your advice to them to be a good neighbor when it comes to serving and helping those experiencing homelessness?
Boy, I have several answers to that, but the main thing is, in my experience with people that are struggling with homelessness and addiction and mental health issues, is that they want to be seen and they want to be heard, and that's one way. Obviously volunteer. Obviously, if you can, write a check. No check too small. $5, $25, $50, $100. No check is too small. But when you're volunteering or when you're encountering, homeless people in your community, to make them feel seen and feel heard, I think goes a long way in sort of making them feel, helping to sort of restore their dignity, rather than going to the other side of the street or putting your head down and pretending you're on the phone, looking them in the eye, saying good morning, ask how they're doing, ask what their name is. Just looking them in the eye and smiling and saying, hope you're having a great day, is such a beautiful thing. But when it comes into the nuts and bolts of the activism beyond volunteering and beyond writing a check, we have to do this in bipartisan way. We have to cut through the bureaucracy and the red tape. We have to bring in new partners. It has to be faith-based. It has to be government. It has to be corporate. It has to be nonprofit. It has to be social workers. We all have to be working in concert with one another. And we have to try new things. I travel the country like barnstorming with Dr. Marbet, and he's, too busy analyzing and assessing and sometimes critiquing where we failed on the right to go after my people. And I'm too busy going after my people to say, look, we had these well-intended programs. I'll give you an example. Well-intended programs, and we implemented this policy 15, 20 years ago, and we're realizing now it was well-intended, and it's not working as effectively as we would have liked it to, or it's not working at all, and we have to course correct. One of them was harm reduction and no harm, and housing first, taking people off the street and putting them and providing housing. Well, that is wonderful. A person that was formerly unhoused is no longer homeless. They have a home. But if you're not addressing the treatment, comprehensive 360 treatment to deal with the mental health component and the addiction component, you now have a homeless person who's no longer homeless, who's struggling with a mental health crisis and an addiction crisis, and it has to be addressed, like I said, in a 360 universal way. A lot of people say, and this is where I talk about being bilingual, you have to know how to speak liberal English and conservative English, because when I talk to my my liberal friends, they sometimes will just try to sling a lot of stuff against the wall, regardless of the cost, to see what works and what sticks, and we find out 15 years later what's working and what's not working. My more conservative friends, where it comes with the compassion without accountability, they want accountability, and they're like, wow, universal 360 care, that you may be treating somebody for 6, 8 months, 12 months, that sounds awfully expensive. Who's going to pay for that? And what I say to them is, when you call 911, firemen, sheriff, police, nonprofits, paramedics, you're paying. And sometimes they're calling on the same person in a state of emergency, a fentanyl overdose, 2, 3, 4 times in one day. So they call all those resources in, you pay. They go to the emergency room, you pay. They get admitted to the hospital, you pay. They go into the legal system, judges, courts, lawyers, you pay. They become incarcerated, you pay. You go downtown, property values, Small Business Administration, Department of Commerce, Department of Tourism, all being adversely, negatively affected. So we are already paying an enormous price to not do enough. If you're addressing the mental health component and the addiction component, along with life skills, getting these people off the street and preparing them for a life of independence and self-sufficiency, a job, livable wages, affordable housing, job placement, these are all the things that you're doing here. It's improving lives, it's saving lives, it's restoring dignity, and it's getting people on a path to self-sufficiency and total independence, so they're out of the system. And that's the work that you guys are doing. And I just sit here and get to thank you, because I do it when I can. It's not my go-to gig, and nobody's doing it better than you. Nobody's doing it better than Citygate. I love the corporate and faith and government sort of intersection of all this with the nonprofits. And that's my cue. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it, right there.
We broke it for lunch.
That's the deal.
We broke it for lunch.
So last question, or last thing, we have...
Who has the best Citygate in all of the 300 Citygates?
And that's what you want to know, right? And you're going to answer that right here. It's probably your co-star and friend. I'm totally kidding. Don't do that, all right? I can't let that go, man.
He's begging for it. He's begging for it.
Yeah, I'm working hard for it.
You know what? I just did this 5 times while we were sitting here. But that's the problem. The press gravitates towards me. I helped with Olympic wrestling, right? And Olympic wrestling was restored. And they're like, oh, Billy Baldwin, he saved Olympic wrestling. No, I was the face that the media paid attention to. I got to do all the talking points. I was the one on camera. But the reality is, you are the one that's addressing homelessness. You are the ones that are improving and saving lives on a daily basis in a big city like Houston, one of the biggest cities in America. And I am not taking credit for it. I'm happy to enhance whatever it is that you're doing and assist. I'm happy to be your wingman, my brother, right here on the bench. I'm his wingman on the bench, and I'll do whatever I can, whatever is in my power to keep moving. I don't care if it's a 80-yard bomb for a touchdown or if it's 2 yards. As long as we keep moving the ball down the field, that's what I I'm here for, and that's what I thank you for.
Well, thank you, sir. Last thing, many of my friends and colleagues are watching right now around the country, sitting on the bench themselves for 24 hours. Any words of encouragement for them, as it might even be a point now where their rear ends are a little sore and they're ready to go home and take a nap. Any encouragement for them?
Yeah, lots of coffee, and you are on a bench, so if you need to at any point, just catch a quick a quick power nap. I encourage that. I think that's not allowed, huh?
Oh, it's absolutely allowed,
they are.
and I do plan to do that myself here in a little bit.
I want to get footage of that. You and I on the bench together, spooning, taking a nap.
Well, typically that would be to keep us warm, but we don't need that in Houston.
Yeah, 24 hours of doing this. It's I've done marathons like this before, and make sure you, I would say make sure you get a couple of workouts in the days leading up to it, eat very well, stay totally hydrated, and do some flexibility work, because if you're not flexible and you're sitting on that bench for 24 hours, it's not going to feel good when you're about 2 or 3 hours into it. So take a couple of yoga classes, hot yoga, stretch.
There you go.
Loosen up.
Awesome. Well, guys, keep up the great work. We appreciate y'all, and I can't wait to hear stories of how your bench event's going.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you're doing.
Well, welcome back. We are live again, and so I haven't introduced George to you. This is George. It says guest in Jeff Gilman. He's not guest. George Robertson is on our team and has served at the mission in different capacities. He has served as our men's program manager, and currently serves in our partner and community ministries. So George is also a pastor in the community, serving in Petaluma, and has been instrumental working with my executive assistant at Tamara in putting this whole thing on. And so anyway, now you get a little introduction to who George is. And so George, I guess we might have a question.
Yeah,
or
I believe
two,
we have
right?
another question. Yeah. All right, so this question is, I know God calls me to give financially, but I want my giving to truly help, especially for those who are willing to work. I know He calls me to care, love, and pray for others, yet I've watched this crisis accelerate for decades without much improvement. Have we unintentionally supported and developed a welfare state?
I would say absolutely we have, but I would also say that one of the ways of knowing whether your gifts are making a difference or not, whether they're truly helping, is by getting involved with the ministry or agency that you are supporting. It doesn't do any good to just throw dollars at something. We say to anybody who gives a gift, thank you, but we want your hand with that. It's not enough. We cannot do this independent of the people of this community, and we are so committed to relationships being the part of the solution that we really believe that the best way to ensure that you're making a difference is that your hand comes with the gift that you're giving. And I would also say that public policy, and it's late enough that I can lose my mind a little bit, that public policy in the United States has absolutely contributed to the welfare state. It is the welfare state. Public policy, and going back to the 1980s, in 1984 was the first time that the federal government ever spent any money to help solve homelessness, and they spent $70 million. That's not very much money for a federal government to spend on a problem. Well, that money kept increasing and increasing and increasing over the years until during COVID, the money that was being spent was upwards of $45 billion being spent per year, and some of that money is continued both in the form of federal dollars and various state programs, like in California, the state monies that have been spent on it in addition to federal dollars. And that money, so much of it has been simply to throw money at a problem that really is not a money problem. It's a relationship problem. It's a soul problem. It is a fundamental life problem, and the only solutions for the relationship problems that exist are healthy relationships. And we need to stop this insanity of simply trying to buy the solutions to poverty and to homelessness. So I just encourage you to get involved. That's the solution. Get involved.
Maybe you can share maybe how some ways people can get involved with Redwood Gospel Mission.
Oh, sure. The best ways to get involved with Redwood Gospel Mission are to participate in helping people who are bettering their lives through the various New Life programs that we have. And those opportunities include teaching a class, being a mentor, being a coach, developing meaningful relationships with people who are seeking to improve their lives through our ministries, and partnering with them to experience life transformation, helping them to take next steps in getting connected with the recovering community, getting connected with church, getting connected with employment, offering opportunities for people's lives to truly improve, rather than to stand on the sidelines and simply make a gift.
Right. Do we have another question? All right. Why does the United States have so many individuals experience homelessness with addictions and mental illness compared to other first world countries? What has happened here that's different? Could better understanding the underlying contributing factors make a substantial difference in how we respond?
Yeah, there are so many sociological factors that impact nations around the world. America is on the spectrum of, from collectivism to individualism. We are way on the individualist side. And each system, or each sociological culture has its own strengths and weaknesses. And one of the weaknesses of individualism is that when people experience crisis in their life, there isn't a community already surrounding them that can help them walk through those problems. We tend to deal with people as individuals. And so our government tends to deal with people as individuals, and we don't really know what to do when there are no structures to support families and communities and et cetera. We also, I would say that when you look at what we are compared to other first world nations, it's also what we are compared to what we used to be in relationship to our communities, especially where the church played such a pivotal role in people's lives in the past that isn't in place now. The people are so isolated and people are so secularized that they don't have those community systems that support them. So I think, to solve macro problems is way beyond my pay grade, but I do know this, that we can walk with people and experience along with them the transformation that is happening in their lives as people. And we are so grateful for the many lives that we've seen transformed through the ministry of the gospel mission and through the grace and power of Christ. Anything you want to add to that?
Well, I know it's a popular term now to call like our culture's missing the third space.
Yeah.
In church where communities gathered, right?
Mhm.
And the church was an integral part of that for so many communities throughout our nation of helping people in need and in crisis, and also being there in good times. And
Yep.
as we've come isolated, and I think just in the last few years, especially going through the pandemic, and just you know creating more isolation for so many people, it's become a big problem. And so um, I think a good way for us to do is really be able to check on one another and
Yeah.
invite one another into community, and kind of see like where are we just being individualistic, how are we isolating
Mhm.
ourselves
Yeah.
from being those people that are interacting with others.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can go to another question.
Another question, and then I think we're
I think we'll be
at the
ready
top
for
of the hour.
Zoom.
We'll have a Zoom.
Right, what is the difference between addiction and mental illness? The symptoms seem so similar. Once someone becomes an addict, aren't they also mentally ill? And if someone is mentally ill, don't they often turn to substance to cope? It feels like a horrible catch-22. What real help is available?
Ah, yeah. So uh, those are questions that really smart people have wrestled with for many years.
Long time.
People have looked at addiction with a disease model. People have looked at mental illness with great confusion, with lack of understanding, and we have really wrestled trying to understand mental illness over the years and addiction over the years, and it just baffles even the smartest people. We have seen, surprisingly, maybe to our world, that with addiction, some of the greatest help that people can get is spiritual, and spiritual doesn't fit into anybody's model. It doesn't fit into any disease model. It doesn't fit into any understanding of mental illness or addiction. But we have seen God invade people's lives and provide transformation, and we don't want to simply say, well, it's just demonic, but part of our language and culture, we refer to those things that control us as demons, and maybe there's more to that than we really fully understand. But for a lot of people in AA who they take those steps, and a person in a very successful, I would say, generally spiritual but not Christian specific program like AA, the very first place to go is, I need a power greater than myself to restore me to sanity. And so they recognize that there is an element of insanity with addiction. And again, a lot of people would recognize how addiction plays into those people who are trying to self-medicate for mental illness. But it is not it is not unheard of that people find real help in finding a right relationship with God, and then working through those steps to have a right understanding of themselves, and building healthy and right relationships with other people, and restoring healthy relationships with other people. So I would absolutely say, hello, I'd absolutely say that you come on, see what you look like. Come on in. Hello.
Hi.
Wait, you can, but there you are. You're going to be that way. There you are. Hi. So I know that's a long answer and maybe not satisfactory, but we're still wrestling through. Even the smartest people in the world are still wrestling through trying to understand, truly understand the disease element of addiction and mental illness.
Well, maybe you can talk to about within our own programs what are some of the services and that we provide.
Yeah, we do not at all discount psychological help. We have therapists that are part of our program, and we really value the therapy that is provided by those professionals. We also recognize that medicine has played a part in providing help for people, and we don't discount that. But we think that we need to treat a person holistically, and so we deal with both medical, psychological, and spiritual care for people, and try to integrate that in a way that we're working together with professionals in all areas, so that we can be effectively ministering to people in the depth of their needs.
Yeah. All right. I think we have time for maybe one more question, and then I think we need to set up for a Zoom.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Is it right for me to give my son, who struggles with substance use disorder, a roof over his head instead of letting him be without? Some criticize me for doing this. What's your opinion?
I don't know that there's a clear answer, because we don't know your situation. We don't know what your son's situation specifically is. I know that it is important to do this with others who can help counsel you and guide you in what would be the most effective thing. There are times when it's really important to set boundaries and say, we cannot have this kind of behavior in my world. We don't live this way. And there are other times when it's important to provide that love and support for somebody who is, though struggling with substance abuse use disorder, somebody who is seeking recovery in that context. So I think it depends on where your son is. If his struggle is truly a struggle, having him under your roof isn't a horrible thing. But if what you're saying is a struggle, is he's engaging in it and is not willing to work at overcoming his disorder, then there may be a time when it's not appropriate to be there. So again, I don't know the exact situation, and I can't give you an exact answer. But God bless you. It is a challenge for all of us who've worked with children who have struggled with substance use.
Right. Well, thanks, Jeff. So I think we're going to get the computer set up. So I'm going to get out of the way.
We'll be right back.
Yes. We'll be right back.
John Barron said, "Hey guys, great to see you here. Thank you for sharing your time and